This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Ms. Brinkworth is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning I have the privilege of welcoming Principal David Levine and the students of Meadowbrook Elementary School, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All please rise.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, School Board. Thank you for allowing Meadowbrook. I'm David Levine, proud principal at Meadowbrook. We have a dual language class, K through 5, and let me introduce Ms. Gamez and her grade 3 dual language class. Ms. Gamez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sé que hay en tus ojos con solo mirar. Estoy cansado de andar y caminar, girando siempre en un lugar. Sé que las ventanas se pueden abrir, limpiar el aire depende de ti, te ayudará, vale la pena una vez más, sabe que se puede, quiere que se pueda, quitarse los miedos, sacarlos afuera, pintarse la cara, color esperanza, sembrar al futuro con el corazón. Es mejor perderse que nunca embarcar, mejor tentarse, dejar de intentar, aunque ya ves que no es fácil empezar. Sé que lo imposible se puede lograr, que la tristeza un día se irá, así será, la vida cambia y cambiará, sentirás que el alma vuela por cantar una vez más, saber que se puede, quiere que se pueda, quitarse los miedos, sacarlos afuera, pintarse la cara, color esperanza, sembrar al futuro con el corazón.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. Have a great day, everybody. Say bye.
Thank you to the Meadowbrook Eagles for demonstrating the power of dual language and serenading us this morning in Spanish. Have a great day.
So thank you very much, Ms. Brinkworth. That was a great way to wake up this morning. So in order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time, we respectfully request that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if you do need to answer your cell phone or make a call, as talking on your cell phone during the meeting is not permitted. At this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Brinkworth for a moment of silence for an Oakland Park Elementary School staff member. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Miss Lisa Vargas, who served as a para with the special needs students at Oakland Park Elementary for the past 4 years. Ms. Vargas passed away February 10th after battling cancer. She was known for always being warm, friendly, and kind-hearted, and she will be missed by all who knew her. Please keep her Oakland Park Elementary family and her 2 sons in your thoughts and hearts as we honor Lisa Vargas with a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Ms. Levinson, who has also asked for a moment of silence today for one of our teachers at Falcon Cove Middle. He was our 8th grade biology teacher, Louis Switchrock, who passed away on February 7th. If we could please have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. So as we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. We want to welcome the members of Delta Sigma Theta sorority from our Broward County Alumni Chapter, our South Broward Alumni Chapter, and our North Broward Alumni Chapter. Our Delta Days here at the School Board of Broward County was established by the former school board member Kathleen C. Wright, for whom this building was named after. This morning, our staff and members of Delta Sigma participated in the annual Delta Days at the School Board of Broward County to gather information and updates about important district and school initiatives and to promote greater equity for students throughout Broward County schools. Welcome, ladies of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and thank you so much for being with us today, for giving us your time, and we appreciate year after year, so thank you very, very much. So we are now going to move into the business of the board. I have the following minutes for approval. December 10th, 2019, school board operational meeting. February 4th, special expulsions. January 14th, school board operational meeting, and January 28th, the special school board meeting. May I please have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion on those meetings? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following changes to the agenda. Personal recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year are revised. LL2, Third Amendment to Agreement of Sale and Purchase with D.R. Horton, memo to vote down. LL3, Third Amendment to Agreement of Sale and Purchase with D.R. Horton Incorporated. That's an added item. Madam Chair, no further changes to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The school board will now consider the agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, the single-letter items, that are pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, which are our double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. So our next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items that they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss G3, which will be automatically pulled? Yes.
I have G3, and then I also have G4.
Okay. My colleagues, any other G items? I will be pulling G2 and G4. Are there any E items? E1? Anyone? Yes, Ms. Holliday. Any J items? J1, 2, or 3? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
J1, J2, and J3.
Okay. Any is K1? Okay, perfect. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion?
Good morning, Ronald B. Barish. Glad to see you. Glad I'm down here. G1,
Okay, thank you very much. So G1 will also be pulled. Any other audience requests? At this time, may the motion please have a chair? Sorry, may I have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. At this time, will board members please identify those open items they will be asking questions of staff. This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Any CC items?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
CC1, please.
Okay. Ms. Bartleman?
I have CC2 and CC3.
Okay. Any others? Our EE items?
I have,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have EE2 and EE3.
Okay. Yes.
EE1.
I'll also be speaking to EE1. Any others?
Ms. Corn?
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
EE2, please.
Thank you. Any JJ items?
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
All of them?
Okay, so that's JJ 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Solidev?
JJ1.
JJ 1. I will also be speaking to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ms. Brinkworth.
Just a comment for all four.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? And LL 1, 2, or 3? Yes, Ms. Good.
LL3?
Thank you. Anyone else? I will be speaking to LL1. As we begin taking items from the regular school board meeting and the public will have the opportunity to speak to the items, I do ask to remind the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. May the chair please have a motion and a second to consider G3.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there audience input on G3? Seeing none, to my colleagues. Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, I just wanted to, we have some appointments today of positions, and I wasn't sure if those positions were empty positions, filled positions. Don't worry, I'm passing the positions for people in the audience. Are those, I don't have a question about any of you. I just have a question about the process. Were those empty positions that we just filled, especially the ones at the district level?
Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, Non-Instructional. Yes, those positions are vacant positions.
Okay, so I guess the only comment I'm going to have is to Mr. Runcie. Those positions have been vacant all year. Clearly, there was a need. These people, no, they were vacant? Not all of them, some were vacant?
When we use the word vacant, we're responding to the fact that we are not overstaffing or filling a position that somebody is occupying. So each of those positions, in some cases, they've been, like the director, most recently became vacant maybe a month ago.
Okay.
So it varies.
So it'll vary. So
Yes.
my only point is that we've had a budget conversation about we're going to look at the district and plan our budget differently. And so just as you bring forward positions this late in the year, I just want everyone to be cognizant of the fact that the board has said very plainly what our priority is going to be. And part of that priority is going to include looking at positions and things like that. So as you have positions that have been vacant or are vacant, it's something that I just want to put on the table that we consider. Because if we go through the whole year filling everything, and of course we're going to fill the most vital positions, that may be a problem next year when we do the budget and that's not aligned with our priorities. Because we have said at every budget meeting that our biggest expense is our staff. And so if we're going to realign the budget, it's just food for thought. I'm going to approve all the positions today, but I don't want to be in a position in September or when we're doing our budget and then we're having this discussion that we can't make cuts or we can't do this to get to where we want to be for our teachers next year. So that's why I'm bringing it up as we move through this process. That was it. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional comments? Mr. Runcie, did you want to say?
No, I was just going to say, this came up the last time, and we indicated, I think Ms. Marte stated clearly, we actually issued a memo out to all staff that we effectively have kind of put what's essentially a hiring freeze on, only for essential positions going forward, and we're reviewing those. So we've discussed that already, Ms. Bartleman. I don't know if you were here. So that directive's been given out to staff
Okay.
already, and I can share the memo with you if you want.
I get that. It's just that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions that aren't school-based positions. So I guess these were priority, but I'm just saying we need to look at these things. That's all, especially the ones that have been vacant for a while. So I get what you're saying, but the agenda items haven't reflected that because they're still coming forward. Okay, so I get to, we have to vote, and then I get to
We
call
do.
them out.
Okay. All those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously.
Okay, congratulations to Stephanie Alamy, Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 2. Ruth Constant, Human Resources Administrator 3. Jacqueline Drusis, Manager 1, Transportation Terminal. Margarita Grandison, Registered Nurse, School Health.
And I would like to congratulate our new curriculum supervisor in math, the secondary level, Celia Segura Jimenez. Our curriculum supervisor in science at the elementary level, Melissa Harigod. Our new director for school performance and accountability, Maria Perez. And our new environmental health and safety specialist too, Teresa Thomas.
I would like to congratulate Erin LaPlante for assistant principal for Deerfield Beach Elementary. Welcome to District 7. Thank you.
We are very excited to have you all in your new positions. At this time, you are certainly welcome to stay with us for the rest of the day. We would love to have you. But if you would like to get back to your jobs, this would be the appropriate time to do so. So congratulations. Wait, we need a picture.
Yeah.
Pause. Picture, and we're on. Thank you all very much, and congratulations. So now we are going to hear our committee reports. Our committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. Are there any reports to be heard this morning? If you would please just identify your committee, who you represent. And I think we are just going to take a quick moment to see if there are any committees outside of the room. Do we have,
I don't know.
yes, okay. Okay. So if we could maybe ask that we're going to take one more minute so that we have an opportunity. I believe that BTU is going to have a committee report this morning.
Are we in committee reports?
Yes,
No other committee reports?
there are no others.
So good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Anna Fusco, elementary teacher, Broward County Teachers Union President. Our union committee report. So many things to say. So many. Tried to talk to all of you. Directed, you can't talk to us. Shameful. While your CFO walks around gloating that she has the votes, has every one of you. You're her buddies. Very disheartening. A lot of disingenuous things going on. I speak for all of the voices that are educators, whether they're teachers, our teacher assistants, our behavior techs, our guidance counselors, our social workers, our psychologists who are misused as testing coordinators, instead of authentically helping with our social emotional component, which in this county should be the #1 priority. Do you not agree, Board Member Lori? But it's not. And if they're telling you it is, it's not. It's not. We still have kids, students that are severely, severely physically beating employees up. Oh, and here's the best part. We have admin that release probationary teachers and ESPs because they report it. We've asked you to do a couple things. Show your educators you value them, and all employees. Give them the raise increases that they deserve, and we know that Broward County Public Schools has. Show them that you value them by letting them do their jobs, and stop allowing your admin, your cadres, your chiefs, your directors to put more and more and more and more mandates on them and expecting them to doing it for free. Board Member Osgood stood up there and said,
Okay, so
it's a
I'm-
moral compass that we must have.
Can you stop
that
the time for 1
I'm
minute?
speaking, stop the clock
Ms.
then, if
Fusco?
I'll listen.
Okay, Ms. Fusco.
This is my
I
union
did
report.
ask, Ms. Fusco, I did ask for the clock to be stopped, and I will tell you that all comments are to be directed. If you'd like to direct them all at me as the chair, that's fine. We specifically have policy that says we are not calling out individual board members. I'd ask you to respect
There's a
that.
policy.
There is.
May I have the policy number?
You can. It is policy 1100A.
1100A.
So again, I'm not asking
Okay.
you not to share your comments. I'm asking
Okay,
you
I
to
won't-
direct them to me.
I'll respect the policy. I'll research it after. I hope that it is what it says in there, because I've been told wrong policies before from the previous chair. So a certain board member said, somebody's working, we should pay them. But yet you don't show the teachers that respect or all of the support that they have. So I'm going to stand here for the next 2 minutes in silence for all of the educators that voices that should be heard, but you think that they should be silenced. So this is for all of the educators in Broward County Public Schools. This is for you. I ask that you stop treating them that they should be silenced.
Thank you. Are there any other committee reports? Seeing none. So we are a couple minutes before our first presentation is scheduled. I think what I'd like to do is to take one of our first G items. If I could please have a motion and a second on G1.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert, and audience input.
Ronald B. Barish. Just a note, real brief note about teachers. I'm not going to anybody here. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm doing it generally. But I will tell you, if the teachers' salaries are the way they are now, you're going to have a lot less teachers in Broward County. Thank you.
Any additional audience input? Colleague input on G1? Seeing none, all those in favor of G1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on G2?
Second?
Audience input, it was moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on G2. Seeing none, to my colleagues, is there any comments, discussion on G2? Seeing none. I actually do have a comment. I would like to separate Mark Montemurro. So I need to pass the gavel to Ms. Brinkworth so that I can do that. So, Ms. Brinkworth, it's yours.
Thank you. Ms. Corn, did you want to make a motion to separate?
I would, yes, thank you. I'd like to separate Mark Montemurro from the item, please, for a separate vote.
It has been moved by Ms. Corn. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Good. Audience input on the separation? Seeing none, colleague input on the separation?
So I don't agree that the,
Excuse me, Ms. Corn, let the vote on the motion
oh,
to
we're doing it
separate.
just on the motion, I'm sorry. On the motion to separate. No comments.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion to separate indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The name is now separated. Any audience input on the separated item? Colleague input, Ms. Corn?
Thank you. I do not agree with the reduction from the 10-day suspension that was recommended to the 5-day based on the information that's been provided. So I will not be able to support this particular action.
Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none. So what we will do is we will take a vote on the separated item first and then go back to the item G2 without the name that has been separated. All those in favor of the separated item indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call?
Do you need a roll call?
If I could ask a question before we take a roll call, is that appropriate? By this not passing, my intention is that this would come back to us with a different recommendation. I just want to ensure that if this does not pass, that it does not just go, another action needs to be taken, right? This is through council, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? So you're disagreeing, I just want to make sure I have this, you're disagreeing with the recommended consequence. You want them to bring it back with a different consequence?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, I'll support you.
Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Good, I'm sorry.
Yes, and if I can just ask my colleague, and the consequence concern is that you feel it's too lenient, or?
Thank you for the question. For me, the Professional Standards Committee brought this forward as a 10-day. And the inappropriate conduct that was noted is that the employee was involved in a romantic and/or sexual relationship with a female, as well as the employee makes students and female colleagues feel uncomfortable, particularly in a one-on-one setting. Professional Standards Committee looked at all of the information and provided for a recommendation of 10 days I do understand that the chief of staff did look at this and with Mr. Runcy's report, bring this to 5 days. I'm not comfortable with that. In fact, I would tell you that 10 days makes me still uncomfortable. So yes, Ms. Good, I would be looking for there to be a higher number of days based on what the Professional Standards Committee brought forward. Thank you.
Can I?
Ms. Myrick?
Yes, if in fact you vote this down not to accept the 5 days, you could just make a motion for whatever you would like to the discipline to be, and it could pass. It doesn't have to come back again from Mr. Runcie. The board can make that decision.
So I can actually amend this specifically without Mr. Runcie's without.
Yes.
So here to my colleagues, I shared this concern at the last meeting. It was deferred and it was brought back. I wasn't provided with additional information as to why it was brought back without any change. So I don't know, Mr. Runcie, if you can speak to that today. I know that Mr. Moquin was involved in this, but I am not comfortable supporting this at 5 days based on what were the investigation allegations and then upheld by the Professional Standards Committee based on their findings.
Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity Officer, Ms. Scorn. The two charges that you noted that went to a Professional Standards Committee, the first charge, the allegation in regards to the relationship, was proven to have no just cause. The second charge was proven to have just cause. And therefore, when we met as a secondary post committee to discuss with council, as well as Mr. Moquin and myself, Chief Kowalski, to discuss the totality of the situation, that's where the recommendation came from. When we went back and we did discuss it again after the last meeting, to review everything just to ensure, and we don't want to put forward a recommendation that we don't feel is, we're not going to just put forward a recommendation. Obviously, we're looking at the merits of the entire total situation, and due to the fact that the first charge, which I think would be, obviously, if that was proven to be just cause, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about suspension. And then when you look at the remainder of the things, there are also some timing elements that came into effect in the case where it was multiple years in the past for the things that were found as just cause.
Okay, so, Mr. Runcie, I'm not sure how this could be handled in the future, but the information that's provided, and again, I deferred this, asking for more information, and nothing else was provided. So I don't know why I would vote differently today than I felt when I asked for it to be deferred the first time. But the information that is provided and that's actually in the backup for the public to be able to have information about states both of these allegations. And there is nothing that says one was not founded. And so our vote appears to be based on the fact that both of these allegations, as they were, Professional Standard Committee came forward and made a 10-day recommendation. There's no reason that I would think that that was not actually what occurred. So based on this information, I still, I guess, am confused as to why the board would be put in a position to vote on something without having the information that the first allegation was unfounded. And why the Professional Standards Committee, I guess my next question would be, did they find it unfounded, or was it Mr. Runcie's additional information collection and observation that determined that it was unfounded? And by the way, Mr. Runcie, as we get that information, I have to tell you, this is not where I want to have this conversation.
Is there any additional response from either staff or the superintendent?
Yeah. So we're going to get some information out.
Chief Kowalski is here to speak to the question about the professional standards.
If I may, while we're waiting for Chief Kowalski, this is a G item because the individual agreed to the 5-day suspension. If it comes back and he doesn't agree to the 10-day, it would probably have to come back as a teacher as an I item. So I would, you still can vote on what you want as a 10 or a 5, but if it comes back, if you vote as a 10, it will have to come back. If he doesn't agree, it would have to come back as an I item, just to let you know.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. Ms. Bartleman has a comment or a question while we're
Yeah,
waiting.
when I read the item, I had circled that, but then I assumed that if it was a relationship with a student, he would have been arrested, prosecuted, and that would be part of the backup. But I agree with Ms. Korn. If you read this from the public standpoint, and it doesn't say that that was unfounded, not only is it not fair to us as a board when we're making our decision, it's unfair to the employee. There have been many cases where our employees have been accused of things that have been totally false. And so I concur with Ms. Korn that we have to find a way to make sure that these items are representative of what's really going on, and they're fair not just to the school board, but also to the employees. Because if you just read this, he had a relationship with a student, and I knew that he would be arrested if that was the case. So, okay. I'm sure all of us assumed that would happen, but you didn't put any of that in there.
And I will also say, and I've said this before, that to me, when we just give time, unpaid time, that doesn't put that individual in a better position to not have the same infraction going forward. So to have no intervention whatsoever, so there's an acknowledgement beyond, yes, I'm going to take the time off rather than lose my job. I'm perplexed at how we think this individual will potentially behave differently. This wasn't just students, this was students and colleagues, again, from what's stated here. So to me, if there's no intervention whatsoever to be able to allow this individual to recognize what has taken place and to ensure that he or she, in whichever occasion it is, not only recognizes it, but then understands how not to do that again going forward, they're just going to find themselves potentially back here. And I don't see how we've really helped the individual if we're going to continue to put them in a setting where they're around students and colleagues. So our job should be twofold. Yes, there needs to be we need to take action on an infraction, but in addition to that, if we're going to keep them in that setting, we have to be able to give them support so that they understand what's really occurred and how it doesn't happen again. So I don't see that level of this, and I've recently brought that up in the last couple of months about has to be beyond a punishment. If we're going to keep individuals who behave in a way that makes others around them, students and or colleagues, uncomfortable, I don't know how we do that without them taking the next steps to give them the additional support to make sure that they understand and what they can do to empower themselves, that they not find themselves in this place again. Is Chief Kowalski not coming? Because if he's not coming, I'm just voting this down. I mean, if there's no additional information to be shared, then we can defer this to later in the meeting, but I don't want to just sit here and wait for staff to come when we had an item and the item was pulled.
Well,
Thank you. Ms. Rupert has comments as well.
Mine is quick. Thank you, Ms. Korn. And I wanted to remind my colleagues that not very long ago, we had a chief of a certain department that was deemed to do something that made people uncomfortable, and we put as part of that agreement to have sensitivity training. So I 100% support that.
Does anyone have an update?
Yes. Good morning, Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, non-instructional. Mr. Kowalski, in his absence, he's at a Chiefs meeting. I did pull him out, and we had a conversation. The understanding is that the first offense was found unfounded at the professional standards as well as the investigation. And speaking with the father and the family members, it was identified that it was unfounded as well as, and that's the information that was actually presented at professional standards. Therefore, there was no just cause for that offense. And when it made it to the chief's level, they just reconfirmed that. And that's what I've just been informed by the chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Ms.
So for
Korn?
clarification, the Professional Standards Committee understood that was unfounded And
Yes,
they
ma'am.
still ask for a 10-day suspension based on the remaining allegation?
Yes, ma'am.
5 days, isn't it 5?
No.
No,
No.
they actually asked for
That's for
10.
10.
And then he
And
made it
Mr.
5.
Moquin, with Mr. Runcy's support, I would assume, reduced that to 5 days.
Got it.
Mr. Runcie, I do not like being in a position to question the authority that you have in terms of making these recommendations, but this is a very uncomfortable position with the information that you've provided and not having an assurity. There has to be the consistency in how we do this going forward. And our job is to protect our staff, all of them, those that were impacted by this, as well as our students. So not having the sensitivity training, not having some other type of intervention, whatever, that to me says that we're not fully supporting our colleagues, whether it's the one who had the allegation and all of those who are around them, including the students.
We typically do have the sensitivity training as part of these agreements, so I guess I'm surprised we don't have that in this piece. And should the board agree with this, we should certainly amend the item to have that.
We agree. We would agree with that, absolutely.
So, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Ms. Myrick, so when the stipulated discipline agreement is drafted, is it a standard agreement, or is it an agreement that contains stipulations based on whatever staff puts forward as a recommendation?
It's in your packet, and it is pretty much a standard agreement. There is not anything extra in it besides the 5-day suspension.
Right, and so if the recommendation had been for the 5-day suspension plus a sensitivity training, would that have been then incorporated into the stipulated agreement?
Yes, it should have been, yes.
Okay, so that's not something that occurred? It wasn't contemplated by staff?
My understanding from that was it was the 10-day and it was reduced to the 5-day. Even on the 10-day suspension, the sensitivity training was not even a recommendation from PSC.
Okay, so the difficulty that I see, given the conversation that my colleagues have had over time regarding this particular issue, whether it exists between a staff member and students or a staff member and other staff members, that I concur with what Ms. Korn said with regard to what are we doing to support the employees, both those who made the allegations and those that are being accused, to make sure that whatever the behavior is does not continue to occur in the workplace toward anyone. And so I guess, Mr. Runcie, the difficulty is when we have this issue, and I know that we've talked about this before, how do we as a district always respond? And if we're not always responding with some type of intervention to provide support, I don't know what different result, as Ms. Korn said, we're going to have.
No, I agree with that, and we should have had that in there. I know we've had the sensitivity training. That usually is something I know we add when we discuss it. I'm not sure how it was missed in this case, so I think it clearly was an oversight in this, because we try to be consistent in all of these things when we bring them forward in terms of the duration, time of the discipline, as well as the stipulations around it, and we typically do have this, so apologize for missing that one. We should have had that in there.
So at this time, I know we had the item separated and on the floor for a vote. We were getting ready to have a roll call. So at this time, I'm going to ask again for my colleagues, pardon me, to vote on the separated name. And then if we need a roll call, we will do that. I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman, did you have a comment?
Is this would be the time to make the amendments, or do you want us to vote it down and bring it back?
I'm going to ask Ms. Korn what she prefers, since she made the motion to
I'm
separate.
not myself looking to make the amendment. I think I've given feedback to Mr. Runcie. I'd like Mr. Runcie to bring something back.
Yes, I'd like
I
to
don't
do
want to individually as the board, I don't want us to start making the determinations. I asked for it to be deferred last time with more information. I understand more consideration's been given. What we have in front of us does not include sensitivity training or whatever else might be appropriate. I would like Mr. Runcie to bring that back to us. So I'm going to vote it down personally, but obviously my colleagues can do as they feel is appropriate.
With Robert's rules, do you vote it down, or do you vote it to defer it? I guess that's my next question, because then it's voted down, then you bring it, what would be the better?
Well, he can vote it, you can vote it down as it's written here, and Mr. Runcie can bring it back.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
There's another thing, it doesn't mean he's not going to be disciplined.
Okay.
Any additional questions or comments? All those in favor of the separated item indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The item separated fails unanimously. Now back to the item G2 with the one name that has been separated out and already voted on. Audience input on that item. Seeing none, colleague input. All those in favor of G2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G2 passes unanimously. Ms. Korn, I pass the gavel back to you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we are going to have our first presentation, and Ms. Rupert is going to have a recognition for, actually, I'm going to let you do the whole recognition down at the podium. So do you have anyone else coming with you?
No, I mean,
Okay.
ATC's coming, so
Perfect.
be great. Thank you, hopefully.
So for staff, if you're not here, this is our recognition of Nabila Buglada, our Adult and Community Education Instructor Support Staff of the Year for the state of Florida.
Well, I really want staff to be here because it is a staff member. Yay! I don't know if I've actually been more excited to see someone. There we go. No, it's okay. It's all good. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Yes. So we're here today, and we're going to congratulate Nabila Boklata. Did I get close? Okay. Come on up, hon. Congratulations to her. She was selected as the 2019-2020 ACE of Florida's Instructional Support Staff of the Year. Ms. Boglata is a career advisor in the Office of Student Affairs at Atlantic Tech College, working with pre-college academic studies students. She's been in this role since January 2015. She, of course, works with adult general education students to assist in helping them meet their educational goals while supporting them through their journey to the next steps, either at ATC in one of the career technical programs and/or other post-secondary options. Nabila was born in a small Moroccan town in Africa and grew up with a family of 6 siblings. She always wanted to become a biologist in order to find remedies for diseases. She earned a degree in biology and worked in a lab. She then earned a degree in education and worked as a math and French teacher for 2nd and 3rd graders. She created a positive and motivating learning environment using project-based activities. Nabila came to ATC as a student. That's awesome. In 2010, she had recently married and arrived in the United States from Morocco, knowing very little English. She attended the ESOL program to gain her English language skills. She built her skills and then pursued career opportunities at ATC. She has designed and implemented student surveys to identify learning barriers, launched an online chat tool that allows students to access information. Her approach is that every student-centered and a valuable team member of Atlantic Technical College. Bila, congratulations. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Bob Crawford, Director, Atlantic Technical College, Technical High School. I want to say thank you again for the opportunity. The interesting thing about this is that her husband, Rafiq, won the same award a couple of years ago. So we were really excited to have 2 people that were recognized by the state for their contributions to adult and community ed. So Nabila, you want to say a couple words?
Thank you so much for having me. It's a great honor to be here, celebrating the great staff that are serving Broward schools, public schools. Thank you for Mr. Crawford and Ms. Nira Rancourt for being a role models. Our coworkers in the Office of Student Affairs at Atlantic Sonoma College always remind me that I made actually my own success, but I would myself remind them that their ongoing support had empowered me to do more and give more to students and staff. Thank you so much. And I would promise to get only better over the years. Thank you.
Board members, we would like to take a picture with Mr. Runcie and celebrate Nabila today. Come on.
Everybody, 1, 2, 3.
What's next?
Thank you very much, Ms. Rupert. And now we are going to go to Ms. Brinkworth, who is prepared and ready, or resolution in support of the Arts Education Partnership with the School Board and Broward County Cultural Division. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Today I have the honor and privilege, as those of you on the board know, and the community, for you to know that I serve as the appointee from the school board to the Cultural Council. And so I have the opportunity to see a lot of the great things that the Cultural Division supports and the partnership that they have with Broward County Public Schools. So today, I wanted to take the opportunity to read the resolution and also to introduce some very important people with the Cultural Division. So we will start with Philip Dunlap, who is the new director of Broward County Cultural Council. He came to us in May of 2019. This is Mr. Dunlap, and I'll give him an opportunity to tell a little bit more about himself. And then those of you are very familiar with our good friend Grace Cool-Durfee, who supports all things arts in Broward County. One of the things that I think is really important to remember is that as a board corporate, we fully support arts within our schools and in our community. And every opportunity that we have to celebrate the arts, we take that opportunity. And so today, I'd like to ask Mr. Dunlap to come up and tell a little bit about himself and what he sees as the opportunities for education in this partnership with the Broward Cultural Division.
School board members, Mr. Superintendent, and Ms. Brinkworth, thank you for the opportunity to chat with you just a little bit about this partnership and stand in front of such an august group of people, and I will say the best looking school board I've been in front of today. But I digress. I'm not a comedian. I'm a jazz pianist by trade. Come to you from St. Louis, Missouri, most recently born in Mason City, Iowa, home of Meredith Willson, who wrote The Music Man, the unsinkable Molly Brown, and decided that I wanted to pursue music as a career. Was a classical pianist in high school, then decided to study jazz. I'm a jazz pianist. My master's degree and bachelor's degrees are in jazz piano, but decided that performing on stage, at least full-time, was not where I wanted to be. So I got into the arts administration side of things, spending 12 years as Director of Education and Community Engagement at a nonprofit in St. Louis called Jazz St. Louis, where I created education programs, community partnerships with the St. Louis Public Schools and the other school districts around the area, as well as performing and getting interested in the public side of things, which is where I find myself now as a funder, looking at how we steer and direct resources to support the development of arts and culture, which include arts education. And what I would say to you about the importance of arts education is to look at someone like me as a case study of someone that was involved deeply in the arts in high school, in elementary school, through choir, through acting, in theater. Yes, I performed on stage, but I also did technical theater and building sets, lighting design and sound, but also participated in jazz band and in choir. Those things were supremely impactful on me, and I find myself not in a performing career, but in a position of steering millions of dollars of resources to support artists and support school districts in the pursuit of arts education and the development of art. So just because you study music and just because you pursue that as a career doesn't mean that that locks you into the path, but you can be someone like me that finds himself in a position to be able to leverage those experiences to support and develop those students. And the last thing I'll say about that opportunity is for those of us, for those kids that don't fit into the traditional model of, say it's the sports arena or the academic arena. I was horrible at chemistry. I still don't know what moles are. But for someone like me, I found my people in the arts community. I found my people in those with the theater kids. I found my people, and I found my community with the choir kids, and I found my people with the jazz band kids. And so these opportunities are so important because those kids may not choose to pursue music and may not be musicians or actors, but if they can find their people and their community regardless of where it is, that's important. So that's where I see the importance of our partnership. So thank you for this, this resolution and our continued partnership, and I look forward to advancing our partnership in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. I hope that you all have the opportunity to, whenever you can, engage in some of the things that are supported by the Cultural Division. And through this opportunity to read this resolution today, I'm going to say again thank you to Grace, even though she's asked not to speak, for all of the work that she does in support of the arts in Broward County Public Schools. And now I will read the resolution in support of the Arts Education Partnership between the School Board of Broward County and the Broward County Cultural Division. Whereas, for more than 30 years, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the Broward County Cultural Division have worked in partnership to support arts education in Broward County Public Schools, and whereas K-12 students are provided with arts education experiences that take place during and after school, and educators, administrators, and staff are provided with professional development in arts integration to cultivate development of the whole child and strengthen parent and family engagement. And whereas a member of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is appointed to serve on the Broward Cultural Council, a 24-member council established in 1977 by the Broward County Commission. The council is the central coordinating agency for the arts, serving as liaison between cultural organizations, government agencies, and the private sector. And whereas since 1993, the School Board of Broward County, Florida and Broward County Cultural Division, along with the Broward Center for the Performing Arts, have participated in the Kennedy Center Partners in Education program to develop and expand educational partnerships with the school system. And whereas partnership activities between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and Broward County Cultural Division expanded to include the South Florida Gifted and Talented Symposium, Turnaround Arts, Kid Culture, Florida Center for Arts Integration and Education through Cultural Heritage Tourism, and now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida, in conjunction with arts education providers across the state, hereby supports that the arts are important to the quality of life in schools and communities, and urges all schools, centers, and departments to support the partnership between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the Broward County Cultural Division, given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 19th day of February 2020, the School Board of Broward County, Florida. Thank you. And if you don't mind, if we could take a quick photo. Thank you.
They do. I was just going to ask Leah if you could grab. Yeah, just so I don't.
If those who are here for the next presentation, for the Supportive Digital Learning Day are here, if we could do the photo right after this before we come back and forth, that would be great.
Okay, guys. So 1, 2, 3.
Robin, we're going to do the next picture. Ms. Rupert, are we still doing the presentation then, or no? Okay, so we are now going to have our next presentation and resolution in support of Digital Learning Day. And Ms. Rupert, it's all yours.
Thank you. It is my pleasure today to be here with our Innovative Learning team to reintroduce this resolution that supports the district's commitment to delivering personalized learning through digital teaching and learning. Dr. Diamond, the Director of Innovative Learning, will present highlights on Broward County Public Schools' use of digital applications, and afterwards we will read this resolution. Doctor, there you go.
Digital Learning Day, celebrated nationally on February 27, 2020, provides a powerful venue for education leaders to highlight great teaching practices and showcase innovative teachers, leaders, and instructional technology programs that support personalized learning and improve student outcomes. The aim of Digital Learning Day is to spotlight how the effective use of modern-day technology enhances the teaching and learning experiences in K-12 public schools. As a district, we have defined personalized learning to mean an education model that seeks to accelerate student learning by tailoring the instructional environment, the what, when, how, and where students learn, to address the individual needs, skills, and interests of each student. In this model, students take ownership over their own learning while also developing deep personal connections with each other, their teachers, and other adults. To make personalized learning a reality in the school district, the Innovative Learning team has developed implementation models that build teacher efficacy with technology. This is accomplished through directly mentoring classroom teachers and media specialists, conducting professional development on digital applications, and partnering with school administrators to develop a digital army of willing educators ready to use technology tools to enhance learning and deliver professional development on how to use technology to create personalized pathways for our students. A big piece of the work involves mentoring teachers and building the support structures needed to motivate and enable teachers to use the digital tools provided by the school district. Through this collaboration, we can launch customized, learner-centered models of instruction and implement lessons that better meet the unique needs of our learners. Teachers can personalize their professional learning by choosing to participate in face-to-face, blended, and fully online options for all of Broward's digital applications. Teachers can access their applications from the single sign-on Clever Launchpad. The URL on this slide will take you to a description of the professional learning options offered by Innovative Learning. A real hit with our teachers is the quarterly tech meetups. At these events, the Innovative Learning Team collaborates with vendor partners to host an after-school conference-like professional learning event. The events bring teachers of all grade levels together to interact with vendors and to spotlight best practices for infusing digital applications into everyday teaching and learning experiences. Broward's Digital Army development is centered on the partnership with school administrators to develop digital ambassadors at each school site for each of the digital applications that we provide. The department leads willing participants through a series of professional development workshops designed to credential teachers as ambassadors so that they can directly support meaningful technology integration and personalized learning at their school site. The slide lists the number of ambassadors that have been credentialed to date for the various digital programs that are offered in the district. The URL on this slide will take you to the schools and names of educators who have earned this recognition. For the past 2 years, we have been implementing the Lighthouse Schools Project for Personalized Learning. 23 schools are currently participating in this initiative. The core of this project is to facilitate ongoing student reflection, promoting ownership of learning, leveraging frequent data collection to inform instructional decisions and grouping, deliver instruction that aligns to specific student needs and learning goals, and to use instructional materials, both online and offline, to allow for differentiated paths, pace, and performance tasks. Broward's elementary and middle schools can participate in 2 global learning initiatives. Global Scholars is an online global awareness education initiative sponsored by Global Cities. It connects classes of students ages 10 to 13 in large urban areas with their international peers using an interactive multimedia electronic classroom. Nova Eisenhower Elementary School is currently participating in Out of Eden Learn, a free online program connecting students globally. Using educational activities, project-based learning, and other instructional strategies, this authentic learning opportunity helps to develop students' global citizenship while enhancing critical academic skills. Canvas is now in its 4th year of implementation here in the district. It integrates seamlessly with hundreds of apps, empowering teachers and students in grades K through 12 with countless tools to make teaching and learning easier and fun. Its use has grown to include courses outside of traditional classroom instruction. It is now being used by departments for staff training and support, as well as a tool to manage meetings. Now going into phase 3 is the Student Education Plan app, or what is called the SEPA app. While editing Canvas assignments, discussions, or quizzes, teachers can view specific accommodations for individual students, or the entire class at a glance, including ELL, ESE IEPs, gifted EPs, 504 plans, and RTI A and B accommodations. Teachers will be able to document accommodations right here in Canvas. This slide highlights digital resources that directly support teachers' ability to create and implement authentically engaging lessons for all students. These resources help teachers to provide engaging, high-quality instruction in critical topics like financial education, STEM exploration, social-emotional learning, diversity and inclusion, and career success. They help to develop reading abilities and vocabulary knowledge and usage. Today, we are highlighting vocabulary.com. All students in grades 5 through 12 have access to this application. Participants in this gamified approach to learning enable students to compete in the Vocabulary Bowl, which is a national competition where schools across the country compete to master the most words. The school earns a point for each word mastered by the student. To date, Broward students have answered more than 63 million questions and mastered more than 3 million words. The Vocabulary Bowl competition was very fierce this past year. 20 Broward County schools were able to secure top 10 status in the state and 3 at the national level. Margate Middle School mastered enough words to secure their win as the Middle School Division champions for the 3rd year in a row. William Dandy Middle scored 7th place, and Hollywood Hills earned a national rank of 8th place in the high school division. Broward Middle and High Schools lead the Florida Vocabulary Bowl with 17 of our schools scoring in the top 10. The schools are listed on this slide. It is with great pride that we honor Margate Spartans as the middle school division champions for the 3rd year in a row. We at Broward are especially proud of Margate's success. It is a testament to our fantastic and hardworking students, parents, teachers, and administrators that the Spartans could again achieve nationwide recognition for this academic pursuit. The Margate Spartans are the only middle school to have done this three-peat for their championship title. And their proud principal, Ms. Sabine Phillips.
And then we're going to do a picture with the board. Okay.
A round of
We're good? Just kind of, we'll be done.
So tight here. No, because they keep moving everything this way. Come on. There's like a lemon squeeze on this side that I taste. Right?
So our next presentation this morning is resolution in support of National School Counseling Week, and Ms. Bartleman,
Yes,
the floor is
I am
yours.
very excited to announce that February 3rd through the 7th, 2020, was National School Counseling Week. We have over 500 counselors and BRACE advisors that play a very important role in our school. Even though the week has passed, we should still be celebrating them every day. And if you haven't told your school guidance counselor that you love them and you want to thank them, please do so. I'm going to start out the presentation by calling up an amazing man who has been the director of school counseling and BRACE advisement for many, many years. He does a remarkable job advocating for students and his school counselors. And he is soon to be a daddy, like in 2 weeks or possibly any minute. So I'm gonna, which is so exciting. If his phone goes off and he leaves, we know why. So I would like to introduce very quickly Ralph Aiello to begin the presentation, and he is our Director of School Counseling and BRACE Advisement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bartleman. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Runcie for allowing us the opportunity to recognize National School Counseling Week, as well as to honor several members of our staff who have risen above and beyond and are going to be recognized as our Counselors of the Year at the elementary, middle, high, and brace advisement levels, as well as our Administrative and Advocate of the Year. To do so, I'd like to introduce our new Social Emotional Learning Supervisor in our department, Dr. Daniel Shapiro, who will give out the awards here today.
Thank you, Ralph. Good morning, everybody. For our first award for elementary school counseling, Darcy Dodge from Peters Elementary, under the leadership of Susanna Deutsch, her principal.
Oh, make sure they can get her on TV.
Yes. Okay, for middle school, Christina Nista, Ramblewood Elementary, under the leadership of Principal Corey Smith and Andrew Kirk. For the high school level, Jillian Gagan from Piper High School, under the leadership of Dr. Marie Haudigan. And a special recognition for Jillian, she was also voted the Florida School Counselor Association School Counselor of the Year. For our brace advisor, Shedley Cassius from Northeast High School, under the leadership of Anthony Valakovich. For our Administrator Advocate of the Year, Dr. Laura Cohen from Everglades High School, under the leadership of Hallie Darbar. Dr. Cohen is also recognized as the Florida School Counselor Association Administrative Advocate of the Year for school counseling. Congratulations to everyone, and thank you very much.
So I want to take a moment to congratulate everyone, and we even have a state winner, which is pretty amazing. And I also want to thank Ralph's team, which includes Carol Lopez, Danny Shapiro, who you already met, and Danny Trieto. So thank you. Where are you? Can you get them on camera, please? Yeah, get them on camera. This board and this superintendent has made mental health and social emotional wellness a priority. And we have money, we've added counselors, we've added brace advisors, we've added social workers. But to me, the most important thing is going to be what we do with the job description that's coming. I have to tell you that, you know, my dream, I was thinking I'm going to do a second career and be a guidance counselor. I thought it would be, you know, I can teach elementary now as well, by the way. I thought it would be as easy as taking a couple of classes and passing a test. But school counselors, it's a true profession. It's very tough. It's not one of those things you can just walk into. You have to take all 10 classes. You have to have a supervised internship. It is a complete program because your job is to counsel students. Your job is not to work in the cafeteria. Your job is not to collect tests. Your job is not to have bus duty and hallway duty. And although all of our school counselors graciously do all of that every single day, they want time to do their real job, which is working with our students. And so I look forward to that coming forward. And I know it's going to be an issue because somebody has to take on those duties in the building. But each and every one of us has said that this is the most important thing to us, that our kids need to have a confidant, someone they can talk to, someone who can do divorce therapy groups. Many of our schools, they have bereavement groups for the counselors that are afforded the opportunity, bereavement groups for children who lost a parent, divorce groups for children who parents recently got divorced so they can sit and talk about their problems. They're on the front lines every day, and we need to give them time to be on the front lines. We also know that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, basic needs aren't met, they're not going to learn. They could be there to help teachers with discipline issues, which they do now, pulling students out of the classroom for the one-to-one therapy they need. So I just want all of our schools to recognize their role, recognize what they're truly qualified to do, and although they pick up the slack wherever they're asked, we need to say enough. We need them in front of our kids. So I look forward to that discussion on the job description in the future, and I'm very proud of all of our guidance counselors and our brace advisors. Our brace advisors do a remarkable job. As someone who's the first one in my family to go to college, without someone in my building even telling me how to fill out an application, I wouldn't know what to do. Ralph had somebody come out, one of our extra people that we've hired, just to help a parent who couldn't figure out how to upload her financial aid, link her tax document to FAFSA, which for many of us seems very easy, but for someone who's new to the system and new to the country, it's a very difficult process. So I cannot thank each and every one of you enough, and I know our teachers thank you, and I know our students and our parents thank you, because you will truly be the ones that make the difference when we hear about behavior issues and children needing support and extra help. Think about how many of these individuals are at our high school level. Not enough, but if we let them do what they need to do, how many more children would be reached? So thank you all so very much from the bottom of my heart. It's my last year doing this presentation, and I just want to say I value all of you, love each and every one of you, and this board values what you do in this school district, because we couldn't do it without you. So thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Good, I think, wanted to share a comment.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bartleman, for her comments, and of course, congratulations to all the honorees, and Mr. Ayala. I hope you get that call in a moment of calmness. But more importantly, I just want to take a second and congratulate Dr. Cohen for her leadership and passion and compassion within her school. Anytime that I've ever visited Everglades High School, whether it's during the day or in an evening event, she's by Principal Darbar's side, but really taking great care of the students, the Gators at Everglades High School. It's noticed, the parents notice it, and the students notice it. So I just want to thank you very much for all that you do for our children. Thank you.
And I will share, as the daughter of a school counselor. My mother spent many, many years as a counselor in our schools, and she would come home and share stories. Many of them she was elated to be able to share, and others were very sad. And it's a difficult job every day to do, and it definitely is harder when you're pulled away from that in which you're passionate about, to be able to spend the time with the children every day. So I also am looking forward to the opportunity for us to be able to realign a great deal of what you do so that you can spend your time doing what you are passionate about when our kids need most from you. So thank you all for being here and for the recognition. And so with that, we are going to move on to our next presentation of the day. This is for Ms. Aladef, Ms. Good, and Ms. Levinson are going to join us at the podium for the 2019 East Coast Technical Assistance Center Exceeding Expectations Award recipients.
Good morning,
Morning.
Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Runcie. I'm Carlton Campbell, serving an intern experience at Title I Special Program and Migrant under the direction of LaWanda Wright. Indeed, it's a pleasure this morning to acknowledge and recognize those who have worked extremely hard to represent our school district, as well as all the wonderful work that the learning community has done through this special award. The East Coast Technical Assistance Center, ETAC, serves as a collaborative network of 45 Florida school districts on programs contained in the Elementary Secondary Education Act, ESA, contained in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of ESA, reauthorized as Every Student Succeed Act, ESA. ETAC also identifies and recognizes the Title I schools that are exceeding expectations by showing significant progress in improving student achievement. The annual Exceeding Expectation Conference provides the opportunity for our award schools and attendees to celebrate and share successful strategies. At the 2019 ETAC conference held in Orlando, 3 of our Broward County Title I schools were recipients of the Exceeding Expectations Award. The schools were selected for their ability to maintain and promote lasting student achievement and were chosen based on stringent criteria, including the ability to obtain above the state median in reading, mathematics, in minority subgroups, above the state median ELA, math, and for overall proficiency, maintaining or increasing the total proficiency in reading, math, and maintaining or increasing their school's overall grade. Now I'd like to take this opportunity to have each board member introduce their award schools, and we will start with Ms. Lori Aladeb and the award from the School District 4, Pinewood Elementary, followed by Ms. Patricia Good, District 2, with Dolphin Bay Elementary, and then finally Ms. Lori Rich Levinson for District 6, with the Seminole School at this time. So again, I'd like to acknowledge and recognize our schools for the ETAC Award at this time.
Please join me in congratulating Pinewood Elementary School. Under the leadership of Principal Johnson Daniel, Pinewood Elementary School purposely strives to bring out the greatness that is in all students and staff members and strongly promotes their chosen theme for the 2019-2020 school year, Pinewood, where greatness lives. At this time, I'd like to invite Principal Johnson Daniel to introduce her staff and speak on behalf of her school.
Good morning. With me today, I have our literacy coach and our primary coach, Ms. Butler and Ms. Amos. They will come with me. We're so honored to be here today. This is something we strive for and we work for, that we could show the world that the students at Pinewood Elementary are smart, they're great, and they're going to be extremely successful in life. Thank you once again for the opportunity. We plan on getting this award again this school year. Currently, we're the #1 performing Title I school in Broward County. Yeah, okay, I'll keep going. We are number 8th in the district out of all elementary school traditional as far as our points are in FSA. So we're hoping and we're striving for even greater accomplishments. So we're hoping that this year our students will be even more successful in science, math, and reading. I also need to mention that as far as our lowest quartile student, we are also #1. 84% of our lower quartile student on the last assessment scored gains in mathematics. So thank you. I don't know if they want to share. I like to brag, but thank you, thank you. Oh, Mr. Runcie, the pizza. The pizza party. He promised us. Our first year when we went up to a B, he promised us. The next year, if we make an A, he went on to all-call. So all the students heard. Right? If we made an A, and we did.
Right, and when I was at the school a couple months ago, whatever it was, I said, set a date and we'll go and have pizza.
Did.
So it's on
but you. Know, it's crunch time.
I know. It's busy for everyone, but.
I will.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Ms. Rupert. I think there's more.
I was going to say, we're holding all our comments.
Yes, let's, if you could. Okay, thank you.
Okay, a lot of pressure there, Mr. Runcie. So I also, please join me in congratulating Dolphin Bay Elementary School under the phenomenal leadership of Principal Sandra Nelson. Dolphin Bay Elementary is exceeding expectations by facilitating a climate and culture of excellence through their use of specialized programs and targeted instruction to meet the needs of their diverse student population. And so, of course, at this time, I want to invite up Principal Nelson to introduce her phenomenal staff and speak on behalf of her great school. There you are.
Thank you so much. I am the proud principal of Dolphin Bay Elementary, and it is a great place to be. I have some of my current and former staff with me, and it is with them and all of my faculty, teachers, staff, students, and community that we stand before you today, I am very proud of our accomplishments. Although we're not the #1 title school, we are on the quest to be the #1 title school, so I'm chasing you. I'm always chasing somebody. But I am proud to speak about the accomplishments of our school, and especially with our students with disabilities and our bottom quartile students, because we have made significant gains in bridging the gap with our ESC students and with our bottom quartile students. So I stand before you today because of our hard work, our dedication, our willingness to learn from our mistakes, and to do better tomorrow than we did today. And my students are passionate, my teachers are dedicated, and my staff, everybody has a hand on our kids when they walk in the building each and every day. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Mr. Runcie, I don't have a pizza party, so maybe you can schedule me in the future. But, you know, exactly. So I'll wait for Ms. Good to let me know when that's going to be, okay? But I do want to say, Mr. D, Ms. Pagan, Ms. Weish, without them and if I could bring my other 82 staff members with me, they would be here today, truly accepting this and being recognized for the hard work that we do each and every day. So thank you very much.
And the last school we're going to recognize, please join me in congratulating Seminole Middle School. Under the leadership of Principal Catherine Marlowe, Seminole Middle School strives to empower all students to achieve at their highest potential and to become productive members in their community. Seminole School motto is in the acronym RISE: respect, integrity, safety, and empathy. At this time, I'd like to invite Principal Marlowe to introduce her staff and speak on behalf of her wonderful school.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie, and respected board members. I am the proud principal of Seminole Middle, and I can't tell you enough about this school. Our motto at Seminole, and has been for the last 10 years, is a private school education at a public school price, and that is evident in the work that's done every day there. Exceeding expectations is something that we were recognized when the staff came to our school that day to see what we do. They awarded me this award at the spot, right on the spot, and they said normally they don't do that because they were very, very impressed in what they saw at Seminole. And I can tell you our theme at our school is there's no I in team. Everybody does their job, and our wheel of success at Seminole spins effortlessly. I am a spoke in the wheel just like everyone else is. Two very, very important people that are here with me this morning. One is a current staff member, and another one is a former staff member that was hired away from me by my husband over at Deerfield Beach High School. I would never have allowed her to go with anybody else but John Marlowe, and he knows that he needs to take care of Chelsea Deese, who's now one of his new assistant principals. Otherwise, there'll be trouble in paradise at home. Next to her is Sparkle Brunache, who took over the reins of reading coach. Chelsea was my reading coach at the time, and Sparkle was my ELA department chair. And of course, now she took over that role. And it's more than just reading. Reading is across the curriculum, in science, in social studies, and in math. The average math problem has over 50 to 60 words in it. So reading across the curriculum is just crucial. So I'm so proud. As Dolphin Elementary said, I should have brought almost 100 of my staff members here because everybody each and every day puts their best foot forward, right down to the custodial staff and the cafeteria workers. So I'm very, very proud of the work that's done at Seminole, and I'm very, very proud to be the principal there. So thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak with you this morning.
Thank you. We are so proud, extremely proud of all of our Title I schools being a former recipient of this particular award. I can tell you the hard work and dedication of all of our children, teacher, and support staff is truly a reflection of the commitment to excellence. So on behalf of all of our Title I schools, we say thank you. We're extremely proud of all of our recipients this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. if we can come up for I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert was going to share a comment, and then we'll come up for a photo. Ms. Rupert, sorry about that.
No, thank you. I wanted to just say a personal greeting to Pinewood Elementary. I don't know where she went. Oh, there you go. My little one, who is now in her last year to be an elementary education teacher, was at your school for the Pepper program with Miss Gail Kaplan in the day, because my daughter's 22 now. So, and doing incredibly well only because she had that foundation at your school. So, congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Let's have a photo. And then our next presentation is going to be Ms. Levinson's recognition of the Feeding South Florida. If those who are here for the presentation, we can take a photo right after this one. Thank you. So our last presentation of the morning, we will have others this afternoon, is Ms. Levinson is bringing to us recognition of Feeding South Florida, the food pantries and sharing tables. Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Well, we are thrilled to be here today to recognize Feeding South Florida and our new partnership that the board approved in December, 2 MOUs, which we're going to, memorandum of understanding, that we're going to highlight today. In an effort to assist our families and community, the School Board of Broward County in December approved 2 memos of understanding with Feeding South Florida. Feeding South Florida is South Florida's leading domestic hunger relief organization, serving 25% of the state's food insecure population. The first MOU with Feeding South Florida established food pantries. This MOU focuses on establishing these pantries in select schools based on food insecurity and community resources. A collaborative effort will occur between the district and Feeding South Florida, identifying food deserts and areas not currently served by other organizations. Food pantries will provide families in select schools the opportunity to receive food items for their families. Dates and times will be identified and communicated to the community. The food items will be donated by Feeding South Florida to operate the food pantries. At this time, we have a couple of them, but we are very excited to be expanding to many more of them, hopefully across the district with Feeding South Florida's assistance. The second MOU, school-based administration, codifies the responsibility of establishing and monitoring food sharing tables. Food sharing tables allow students selected commercially unopened food items to be placed on a share table. After proper handling of food items, a school volunteer will complete an online application with the newly designed app Meal Connect by Feeding South Florida that will alert local nonprofits about the availability of food items that can be picked up and delivered for donation. At this time, I'm going to introduce Dr. Hickman, Executive Director of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery, who will now address the food pantries.
Thank you, Board. Mr. Runcie, Feeding South Florida, Ms. Rich Levinson, Mary Mulder, and colleagues for recognizing and understanding the impact hunger has on our children. It does significantly impact their health and student performance. So for children, food insecurity is particularly devastating. Not having enough healthy food can have serious implications on the health, children's physical, mental health, academic achievement, and their future economic prosperity. Research shows an association between food insecurity and delayed development in young children. There's also the risk of chronic illnesses like asthma and anemia, behavioral problems like hyperactivity, anxiety, and aggression in school-aged children. So we want to just say thanks to the school board of Broward County, who currently operates 3 food pantries across the district. One is at William Dandy Middle, one is at Pompano Beach Elementary, and then we have the Food Wellness Center that is operated by the Coordinated Student Health Department at Lauderdale Manors Early Learning and Family Resource Center. Now, schools currently commit significant time and resources to operating these food pantries, and it does take volunteerism and community outreach for donations. Food items are donated with support from multiple organizations, but staff and volunteers come together to make these things happen. But through our agreement, as Ms. Levinson shared, Feeding South Florida has agreed to prepare those things for us. Feeding South Florida has agreed to lighten the load associated with providing food to communities identified as having limited access to affordable and healthy food. So through this agreement, Feeding South Florida has agreed to provide volunteers, organize deliveries, monitor distribution, and provide nutritious food, and provide outreach for requested donations. With that in mind, we're going to be starting with 7 schools, 7 new schools. There will be Deerfield Park Elementary School, Markham Elementary School, Oriole Elementary, Palmview Elementary, Park Lakes Elementary, Royal Palm, and Tedder. And these schools have been contacted and given an update on how they can proceed, and they've agreed to do so. So we can look forward to dates and times. They're forthcoming. And I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Hickman, and we want to thank our staffs in the couple of schools that have it already. It takes real dedication for the staff to come forward and spend their time making sure that our families' needs are addressed. Next, we're going to move to our food recovery, our teacher, who's food recovery teacher extraordinaire in our district. For those who do not know, Miss Elaine Fiore, Beachside K-8, she has really been the impetus in moving this forward in the district. The food sharing tables that she's so passionate about at her school and at other schools, we're now going to have the opportunity to expand throughout the district. She's been involved in our district at the state level And there's actually legislation now coming through the state and federally that will address some of the things that we're already doing as a district. So it's very exciting, and I want to thank Elaine. She's the magnet coordinator at Beachside Montessori, and like I said, she's been instrumental in moving our food sharing tables forward, and I really thank her from the bottom of my heart for all that she does.
Thank you, everyone. As Ms. Levinson mentioned, my name is Elaine Fiore, and I'm the magnet coordinator and environmental teacher at Beachside Montessori Village. About 4 years ago, I had the opportunity to go to a Green Schools Conference in Boston, where I learned from this teacher all about share tables. She was so excited about it, and her enthusiasm was contagious. So I came back, and I was determined that we should have share tables here in Broward. And anything worthwhile, as you know, there's a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges in the way, but I'm in good company. I'm very grateful for being able to work with Darlene Moppert and Mary Mulder. We piloted a program at our school and designed a model that could be replicated throughout the district. And now we're working with Lori Rich Levinson and Dr. Hickman and Feeding South Florida. So our community is really coming together because it's important. I just wanted to explain to you what happens. So what happens is when the kids go through the lunch line, they're required to take 3 food items. And you know children, they're fickle. Many times they take food they're not gonna eat. If a school does not have a share table, we are training our children to treat perfectly good food as garbage. So with the share tables, and it's not a problem just here in Broward, across the country, over 1 billion unopened and unpeeled food items end up in the landfill from schools. So our school did a food waste audit, and we discovered that lunches alone, not even including breakfast, we were throwing away about 289 items every single day. So if you figure Broward County, we have over 220 schools. We currently have 8 schools that have share table programs. If we set a modest goal of 20%, which would be 44 schools, we would have the potential to recover 2.2 million food items. We could offset 250,000 pounds of greenhouse gases, because food in the landfill creates methane gas, which is 25 times more potent than CO2. We would be saving a little less than $500,000. Not to mention, you know, what Dr. Hickman said, and according to Feeding South Florida, approximately 81,000 of our children are going to bed hungry every night. And the good news is the state, and there's state and federal legislation that's underway. Here in Florida, it has bipartisan support. It's Senate Bill 521, and it will require school districts to implement some share table practices. There's also federal legislation, HR 5607, which will thankfully provide some grant funding for the infrastructure. And here in Broward, I'm always proud because we're a leader in the state, and we already have, as this legislation passes, we already have programs underway, and we have the ball rolling. It's an amazing program. It's very simple. It helps to feed hungry kids in our community. It's good for the environment, and it saves money. I have an ask from you. So currently we have 8 schools that have programs. So my ask to you is, I don't think that the principals and the directors have an understanding of the impact this program has. So my ask to you is if you would encourage the principals and directors in your districts to consider starting a share table program. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Mary Mulder, Director of Food and Nutrition Services, has been working with Ms. Fiore and Feeding South Florida on implementing the shared tables. Mary, if you could come forward.
Good morning, School Board. Mr. Runcie and Ms. Rich Levinson, thank you. Our deepest thanks to Feeding South Florida for this collaborative effort and partnership. Thus far, our number has gone up. Elaine said 8. We're now up to 10 schools. The schools that have been approved for share table after taking our training have been Beachside Elementary, Collins Elementary, Dania Elementary, Deerfield Beach Elementary, Florinata Elementary, Griffin Elementary, Hollywood Hills Elementary, Margate Middle, Pioneer Middle, and Virginia Schumann Young. With me this morning, I have a student, former student of Pioneer Middle, who has actually implemented this program at Pioneer Middle when she was there last year, and she's going to say a few words to us about how it affected the school community. With me, now we have Talia DiMiranda. Talia?
morning. My name is Talia DeMiranda, and I'm currently a freshman at Cooper City High School. Last year, I was selected to be the captain of a new program called the Share Table at Pioneer Middle School. The Share Table, also known as the Food Recovery Program, is something that is very close to my heart. I was so proud to be a part of something that I not only love, but that is also helping the community around us. I feel that the Share Table is such an amazing program and is so important to have. The amount of food waste in schools is so atrocious, but the Share Table is an amazing way to help get rid of the excess waste. It gives students the opportunity to be much more appreciative of the meals they receive every day. It's a simple and fun way that students of all grade levels can help use to feed people that may be less fortunate and not waste the nutrients required for necessary meals every day. Think about this. Something as simplistic as a milk carton and a cereal could make the difference for a child who doesn't usually have anything for breakfast. Without the idea of wasting food, students can have the ease of knowing that the food they can't finish or are required to take, even though they do not want it, isn't going to waste. The food is first offered to our own students and then goes to many shelters around Broward County that distributes the food among not only students and their families, but goes out to many homeless and hungry people. This program has touched me so dearly that I volunteered my entire summer at Pioneer Middle School to keep the Share Table running during summer school, and I'm currently working eagerly to get it started over at Cooper City High School. Hopefully hearing this makes you realize what a valuable program this is and what a difference the district could make if the Share Table were embraced in all of our schools. Thank you for your time.
That was beautiful. And the wonderful thing about at the middle school and the high school level is our students can get involved with it, and it can be student-driven as well. Now, lastly, it is my pleasure to introduce Sarah Vatsky, Executive Vice President of Feeding South Florida. Ms. Vatsky oversees the South Florida warehouse in Pembroke Lakes and distribution of food items to local charities and organizations. And since she was approached a little more than a year ago with this conversation, I also want to thank Jody Davidson, who's here, who's also been a part of this. It's incredible. You all have to go look one day at the Feeding South Florida Distribution Center if you haven't been there to see the magnitude of what they're doing and the impact that it has on our communities in Florida. But it's my great pleasure to introduce our partner in moving this forward, Sarah Vatsky with Feeding South Florida.
Good afternoon. My name is Sari Vatsky with Feeding South Florida, as Miss Rich Levinson mentioned. Feeding South Florida serves Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe counties. We serve over 700,000 food insecure individuals, about 236,000 of whom are children. So that's 1 in 5 kids right here in South Florida that go to bed hungry. We really are proud of the fact that we rescue and distribute over 80 million pounds of food. We're on pace to do that this year. The reality is that it's good news, bad news. The more we do, it means the more need there is, and vice versa. However, we really want to give our kudos and thanks for your innovation and forward thinking to implement this program, not only here in South Florida, but this is a model that can be replicated across the country. The support of Dr. Hickman, Mary Mulder, Ms. Rich Levinson, Elaine, the students, really are the heroes in this story because they're the ones that push this forward. They're the ones that connect the community partners. They're the ones that do the work every day in the school. So we're really glad to be able to use our Meal Connect app, which was created by Google and Walmart for Feeding America food banks, that we can overlay the Food Rescue Share Table program with our school pantry program to ensure that the maximum amount of food is going on kids' tables. The name of our school pantry program is Feeding Futures because we believe it does just that. We're not only feeding kids today in the classroom, we are feeding their futures for a lifetime to come. So thank you for your support. We are incredibly grateful for this program. And a little bit of news that I just shared with folks now, they did not know. In support of this, and as a result of our partnership with Starbucks, we have received over 20 industrial cooler freezers that we will be able to donate to the Broward County School District to help with the Share Table Food Rescue Program. So thank you again for your innovation. We can't wait to share this across the country within our Feeding American network.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the team who's worked so hard on this. Thank you to the school board for implementing this in our schools, and we look forward to being able to help many students and families in the future.
Thank you very much. I know Ms. Bartleman wanted to share a comment.
I wanted to thank Feeding South Florida. I have been out to your warehouses many times, and I know that you've been giving food also through backpacks. And years ago, you were doing that at Collins Elementary, and you created a teacher store for those teachers to shop in for their kids. And I don't think that's in existence any longer, or is it? I'm not sure, but it was an amazing opportunity for those teachers in that community. Is it still there?
That has evolved into the school pantry program.
So it got just that little thing turned into this.
Yes.
That's amazing. I just remember way back when that happened and how good the community felt. Food insecurity is a huge issue, and we know children can't eat if they're hungry. So what you're doing for our families is so important to ensure their academic success and their health. And so I just want to personally thank you, and just for Mary, thank you. I know I keep sending articles, and everyone, there are all these ideas about the wasted food, and it frustrates people so much that food goes in the garbage. So thank you guys so much for thinking out of the box and make this happen. And I hope that you can also look into, Mary, where they take the cooked leftovers and send home. Many states are doing that, and they wrap it up. So I hope that'll be the next endeavor, and figure that out for leftovers for the kids. So
Thank you. We can do that as part of the Meal Connect app as well.
So you can.
Yes.
So are we going to do
absolutely.
that? Where like the articles I sent you, we're going to be able to do that, Mary?
I'm so sorry. I appreciate all the articles that you send to me. At this point, I'm just looking at this program to make sure that we can fully implement this and implement it with fidelity. My basic concern is food safety. And it's always food safety, which is that partnership with Feeding South Florida, having coolers that they're actually delivering to the schools, that they're packing up that way, that we have food safety personnel that are volunteers with Feeding South Florida that will actually deliver it, so things will no longer be in trunks of cars. They'll actually be delivered with safety in mind. So that's really what I'm focusing on. That will probably be our next step to look at.
So it can evolve into the...
Potentially.
I'm very excited about
but
that.
as of right now, we're just focusing on the sharing tables.
I'm just happy we have this, but I would like to grow it even larger and look at what other states are doing and the innovation they have, and I would love that. So thank you guys so much.
Course. And thank you for the articles.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Ms. Brinkworth?
Just really quickly, thank you, Ms. Rich Levinson, for bringing this forward. I know that this has been a labor of love for many who are standing up there. And so thank you to Feeding South Florida for your partnership. A special thank you to Elaine Fiore, who sits on the Wellness Committee along with Mary Mulder and Darlene Moppert. There have been lots of conversations about how we can turn this into a reality, and so I'm glad to see that we're here today. And just for the principals and assistant principals and school personnel that are out there, from my own daughter having a conversation about when they take breakfast and they receive an orange, and the students, what they're doing with the oranges, to not throw them into the trash can, placing them on top of the trash can and around the trash can, because they feel badly wasting the food. And so I think that the opportunity to invite the share tables into your school is a great way to support that feeling that your students are already having, and a great way to support the community. So I hope that principals will take this opportunity that has been given to us through this memorandum. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to echo thanks to Ms. Levinson, to all of our staff, and the partners, our schools, for being involved as well. This is clearly something that's been essential in our community, and I think it's paramount now, especially with what we see coming down potentially at the federal level. And so with that said, I hope that with every opportunity we can to expand, having the student's story and being able to really share what a give back is, not just to the community, but to ourselves and to our own schools, is something that I'm looking forward to us being able to build on. So thank you all very much. Okay, so with that, we are going to now move on to our speakers. After our speakers, Mr. Runcie is first going to share his report. We will then have speakers, and then we will have a lunch break.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have an item that's really just to provide clear communication to our community. This was about an recent article in a newspaper this week, which we believe mischaracterized the discussion the school board had at its last meeting, at its workshop. about school enrollment on a district-wide basis. So first, there is no action planned within the next year regarding any of the schools identified in the article. Again, I repeat, there's no action planned within the next year regarding the schools identified in the article. The fact is, there is no automatic decision about any school in the district based on enrollment alone. When considering low enrollment, there's a multifaceted process and ways to increase enrollment as well. That includes outreach, extensive outreach to parents, community members, elected officials, municipalities, school-based staff, and school administration as part of that process. We don't do it alone and in a vacuum here at Broward County Schools. And the focus of that collaborative work is around what's best for the students. How do we best utilize the district's facilities to benefit the students and the community? And another important fact I would like to point out is that school enrollment capacity is a function of, the way we look at school enrollment is a function of Board Policy 5000. Board Policy 5000 requires that schools under the 70 percentile enrollment capacity within a 5-year enrollment trend and 5-year projection, that those schools are reviewed for options for opportunity. So there's an actual policy that requires us to go through this process every year and look at schools based on certain criteria. That policy also requires considering the overall financial impact, conditions of the building, any potential negative impact on the educational opportunities of diverse group of students, just to name a few considerations. But there's a lot of different contexts and factors that come into play. So again, to clarify, the recent article's title referencing low enrollment would close schools, that does not, I believe, adequately represent or accurately represent the district's intent nor the district's process. In any case, again, nothing will be proposed prior to the 2021-2022 school year, and that would only be, again, after extensive outreach, collaboration, input, and information sharing with our community partners and stakeholders. So thanks, Madam Chair, for that opportunity. We will also put some information out through our communications department, through some additional communication channels, and also for schools that were named in that article, we will work with the administrations to make sure they can send out information directly to their parents and communities, and we'll also work with our Office of Legislative Affairs to ensure that they send communication out to elected officials throughout the county, especially in those areas where schools were noted. Thanks for that opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Good, did you want to share something?
Very quickly, Mr. Runcie, thank you. Thank you so much. I can say that I've had numerous phone calls. I've seen posts on social media. The community, the schools, the staff, the parents, elected officials have been very alarmed over the takeaway. And I think what happens is individuals read a title in an article, and that's as far as they go. Certainly, we didn't put out a list of schools. I just want to say that this is something the district does. We evaluate under-enrolled schools every year. I got to say, and a shout out to Glades Middle. It was one of those schools a couple of years back, and it's a success story. You know, they have new leadership at the school, new innovative programs, working within the zones. And I think those are the types of conversations that we have as a community when we see schools within our, that have lower enrollment. And as a board and as a district, we have an obligation to look and find ways to improve that enrollment. But I can say that I've received calls as far as Deerfield and and certainly within Miramar and Pembroke Pines. And so I appreciate the communication piece, and I would hope that anything that can be formulated be shared with the board so that we can in turn share it within our own communities and try to deal with that issue. But I know that we have staff, Ms. Brown's group works very hard with that collaboration effort with our communities, and I don't want the takeaway to be that this would not be a community conversation. I think Dr. Osgood has done an excellent job within her area when she had issues of low enrollment, and it took some time, and it took time to listen and then to make the required changes. So I just really want to thank you, sir, for bringing this up today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marie?
Yes, as Ms. Good spoke, I had many alarming phone calls and conversations this past weekend after this article came out in the Sun Sentinel. And it's very disappointing to me, knowing the many conversations that's going on in District 1 in regards to repurposing and new design, and as we look forward to changes to provide the opportunities, the best opportunities for education. And the question to me was, where do we go now? Well, we're going to continue those conversations, and we'll come up with solutions that will meet the needs of the community. And again, I would hope that the Sun Sentinel may cover some of these meetings so that they really get the feel of what the community wants, and that the board abides by community support. We want to do the best we can for the children within each district to make sure that we have quality education, that we keep communities whole, and that we are doing the best service we can for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, on our agenda, the board members will hear from our speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Our speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any of the speakers' comments. Any persons who are present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the board meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted, and persons exiting the board meeting shall do so quietly. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet, at his direction, to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by the public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have speakers of his staff speak to an individual speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speaker concerns back to the board. So at this time, I will call our first speaker, Mr. Ronald Barish.
Thank you very much. I'm going to direct my comments, or direct my presentation to the chair, AKA superintendent. I'm a member of the American Postal Workers Union, Broward County Area Local Number 1201. Okay. I am also AFL-CIO. This is from Anna Fusco, President of the Broward Teachers Union. 1 year ago, the Broward Teachers Union reluctantly accepted an inadequate 2.36% raise, with the promise from the superintendent, AKA, that this year's budget would prioritize educators' salaries over things. This year's offer, 2%, was even worse. This year's 2% was even worse, and accompanied by the explanation that the district spent all their money despite last year's promise. Apparently, educators, paraprofessionals, tech support, and the rest do not matter to the chair, AKA superintendent, and support and the rest do not matter to the AKA superintendent, or his CFO is not sharing correct information. Please attend a school board hearing on the impasse on March 10th, 5 p.m., Plantation High School, to tell the board that our educators do not matter. Register at http://browardwatch.org/sign up. Okay, the next one is from Ted Deutsch. member of the U.S. House of Representatives. The Parkland families and survivors have suffered impossible loss, but by turning their pain into action, they've achieved previously unimaginable accomplishments to make schools safer for the last 2 years. Stand with Parkland and Safe Schools for Alex have worked with with other groups to advocate nationwide clearinghouse of resources to prevent school tragedies. Their hard work was pivoted in administrators' creation of the Federal School Safety Clearinghouse, www.schoolsafety.gov, providing the schools with actionable recommendations to create safe and support schools where students can thrive and grow. I'm inspired by the family's dedication to prevent future tragedies. Also, the third one is Tina Polsky, member of the Florida House. This is the first year since...
Mr. Barish, unless you have someone else's time, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you. Mr. Michael Sabrola.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Board. Had a chance to go up to Tallahassee and visit there, and I wanted to mention Alyssa's Law is moving forward up there, and I don't hear as much as I would hope to from the school district and board. I don't know if you feel perhaps it's not your place, but my gosh, that of course is your place. I remember talking to one young lady at the front door to a school, and you know, when you ask people what they'd like to see for a safety measure, that's the first thing to come out. So I'm real excited hopefully to see that come about. Those types of things fit into everything that I've always spoken to you guys about as well. I know it seems like it's a bunch of disparate topics, but they are all connected in the sense that a child can't learn if they don't feel safe, if they don't feel well fed. Children who aren't loved at home come to school to be loved. And there's something that I want to put into your heads, because we're looking at a changing culture, and you're one of the few school districts in the country that has the mindset and the knowledge base to make that cultural shift. What I want you to think about is something called proximal abandonment. Now, as a parent, you can be there, feed your kid, but you're never there for your child. That same thing can happen institutionally when we, talk a good talk, but when push comes to shove, and the kid does a normal kid thing and acts out, we call police as if they're an adult, and we don't respect their childness. I've spoken before about the fact that when a child crosses this imaginary line onto a school property, they're still children. And if we change what we call them, they're no longer called children or kids, now they're a quote-unquote student. That's the same thing we often do when we want to dehumanize someone or make them into something else. We give them a different name so it doesn't interfere with our concept of what a child or a kid is, so we can treat them like a student, which we would never do to a quote-unquote child or a kid. You are in the forefront of this, and one of the ways to affect that is to unite with teachers. And I think you can do that perhaps by supporting them in their oaths. Those oaths and codes of conduct speak not only to protecting children, but also to protecting the truth. You almost skip over it when you read the details there. So when there's an issue, I urge you to have a workshop perhaps on what that means and how to enforce it and how you can support teachers in that. So if they have an issue like, listen, I don't like the fact that evolution isn't, or climate isn't being taught in our schools, they have a path to redress that, and where they can provide their power to you, and you can use that power to affect change that causes real substantive change in the classroom. Everything from classroom sizes and others, because you're looking at changing the mindset of the public as well as in regard punishment. Error is an opportunity to learn, not to punish or judge. And if we don't have that in our schools, we'll never be successful or safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry Gambala. Christina Brazil.
Good morning, Chair Korn and our wonderful ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Runcie. I actually have notes today, so watch out. I'm glad to hear that on February 25th, the best standards will be discussed in a workshop. I'm hoping, I heard that on Twitter, I hope it's correct. I don't know if you guys got the memo yet. Oops. Anyway, you're gonna have a workshop about that, and I'm looking forward to hearing about how we're going to take this 3-year implementation time and really give the PLCs that we need and fight for that in Tallahassee over this 3-year period, that we're getting the money in order to teach our teachers to teach to the new standards, or not necessarily teach to a test or teach to a standard, but actually educate our children so that the resources would be there for them. I better go back to my notes. Alyssa's Law, I was thankful to be able to kind of see how this process works, but it's still working. So we need everybody to look at their desire to make our schools safe. And this is a wonderful use of technology. It can be a one-time stop community for our whole state. So I hope that that is something that can happen. And I'm so grateful and want to give a moment of sincere adoration to the families of all those in Parkland and in our community that have lost, so many that have lost to gun violence in so many ways. That we unite together. I'm looking at this Secret Service situation that's come out of parents resourcing resources that are available for our community in order to make our schools safe. Kudos to that. I know that today they are having almost 1,000 people in Dade County finding out about how that works. I don't know how many of our Broward County peers are represented, but I hope that you'll have the opportunity to view the facility and see how it works. I haven't gone through all the literature, you know, to understand how it works and if it really is the safest plan, but I hope that you all have been exposed to it and are looking at how we do that. You know, I sent a tweet to Superintendent Runcie and staff saying, you know, I hope you're gonna send this out to be available to have at SAC and SAF meetings, to have discussion on it, because maybe there are tweaks that need to be made in the way, and one of the best ways in order to do that and make it for our community is by having these discussions and utilizing wonderful data and resource in order to have those conversations. I didn't get to make your event because I went to Tallahassee, but that was wonderful for our community. Ms. Rupert, and I thank you that you're doing that. Kudos to Feeding South Florida and what we're doing like that as a community. That's a wonderful thing. And I think of the mind-body medicine, and I think about our football teams in the district and some of the tragedy that these kids are seeing and living every day, you know, homeless. And I'd see if we can do more to align our booster clubs and stuff with people in the community to support our kids. Maybe should be something we should think about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie Ganas? Natalia Garsu? And Karen Gushta?
Good afternoon, Superintendent Runcie, Chair, and members of the board and guests. I am Dr. Karen Gushta. I am of the Florida Citizens Alliance, and we are an alliance of parents and citizens who are seeking to improve Florida's schools through parental and citizen involvement. I'm here to speak about the FLCA's report, Objectionable Materials, Porn in the Florida Public Schools. In the fall of 2019, FLCA, based on several public records requests, input from parents, grandparents, and other sources, initiated a review of 44 novels we anticipated are being used in Florida schools. According to the public records request I submitted to Broward County Schools on October 14, 2019, 85% of these books on this list are found in Broward County school media centers. If one reads the book reviews that were included in the response to our public records request, number 192000113, these materials seem innocuous. However, The reviewers found numerous examples of the kind of material specifically prohibited by Florida Statute 847.001. That is, explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement or sexual conduct that is harmful to minors. According to Florida Statute 1006.34, any instructional material containing pornography or otherwise prohibited by Florida Statute 847.012 may not be used or made available within any public school. If violated, these laws are subject to third-degree felony charges, yet they are blatantly ignored in many Florida counties, and I must say, including this one. The resulting report, which I am distributing to you, contains examples of some of the most egregious items and links to the full reviews of all of them. Given that there are over 740 copies of these books in Broward School Media Centers, a clear violation of Florida statutes, I respectfully request that as a board, you instruct the superintendent's office to use the information provided in this public records request to notify the schools where these materials are located that they are in violation of Florida law and that students should not be permitted to have access to these books effective immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers at this time. Based on the last comments that were provided, if I would just ask through Mr. Runcie and council, if you could just give us as board members a memo that would just address what was shared.
I'd be glad to do that. I was familiar with this public records request and in fact coordinated the receiving of the books so that they could be reviewed. So yes, I will.
Thank you very much. With that, we are going to take a break for lunch. We will be back. We will be taking a 20-minute break for lunch. So we'll be back at 5 minutes to 1 to reconvene the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to reconvene the regular school board meeting. At this time, can I please have a motion and a second on G4? Moved by Ms. Goods, second by Ms. Bartleman. Is there audience input on G4? Seeing none, to my colleagues. Ms. Levinson?
Thank you. I'd just like to recognize Principal of Cypress Bay High, Charles Scott Neely, is retiring after being there for the opening of Cypress Bay High School, has been the inaugural and only principal until this school year. He's also had many other positions in the school district throughout his long career. And for any of you who know him, he is unique. There is only one Scott Neely. And that's in a really good way. When we talk about people skills, he has the people skills that we would hope that everyone could have that leads a school. Whoever he has touched, he makes them feel special. He makes his teachers, everyone wants to teach there, work there. It's become a culture that's just an incredible one to work in and an incredible one for the students. He would always have students in his office during class time, not during class time. At all times when you went to visit, he had amazing rapport with everybody, and he's really going to be missed at Broward County Public Schools, but I wish him the most wonderful retirement and thank him for all that he's given to Cypress Bay and Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Brinkworth. No, I'm sorry, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I pulled.
There's a B at the top of mine. Sorry.
I pulled it this morning. So, and
Yes.
mine was for the similar reason because I have known Mr. Neely for 20 years now. When I was first elected to the Weston City Commission, before I even thought about my children going to school, they were still babies. and he has been an institution in this community. And I can't think, every teacher loves him, every student loves him. I was sad to see him go, especially since it was Sarah's last year. I know all the parents felt the same way. They're like, just get through our kids' graduation, because we're all very selfish and we all want Mr. Neely because of the climate he creates in that school. And also the business partnerships. That's the other thing. Mr. Neely has a knack for really just formulating collaborative partnerships, whether it's the Weston Rotary, Rick Case Honda. When I showed up and there were tiki huts for lunch, I was like, that's pretty amazing, Mr. Neely. He is just, he's one of a kind, and he is definitely going to be missed. And I was really happy, though, with Ms. Freed, because I know that she was trained by Mr. Neely and his right-hand man, and I feel like, you know, he passed the baton, and we did it right. So thank you to Mr. Runcie, thank you to Dr. Wanza, everyone involved in how we transitioned that school. It hasn't missed a beat, and Mr. Neely, I miss you. I wish you happiness and success. He was my neighbor for a little while there. So good luck, Mr. Neely.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marie?
Yes, I know when it was announced that Scott would be retiring, I said, how can you do that to me? I'm still here. And why I say that is because we started in the school system almost at the same time. And I can remember him way back when he was at Pasadena Lakes as assistant principal. And one of his duties was bus duty. And how well he took that on. But to see how he had grown and went out to Tequesta Trace and was the principal there, and was able to work with such a diversified community, because it was so mixed at that time, and then move on to Cypress Bay and make such success out of such a monster as it is, over 4,000 students, and to provide every child with an opportunity. There's students I knew out there were in the top, less than the top 2%, and to listen to them talk about their school and the leadership that was there was just amazing. Now, you know, he was what we call homegrown, that he grew up within the system, but he really, truly just reflected all the great things that go on in Broward schools. So I know he's going to enjoy his time off and do the things he's put off and enjoy life. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Bartle.
I left out one comment that I think is really important, that Mr. Neely's legacy is going to live on in all of the principals and the cadre director we have that he has trained. If you look at his legacy, it's not just the students. He really took his teachers, moved them up. They're APs now. We have principals all over this county that were trained by Mr. Neely. Priscilla is one of them, and she's one of our cadre directors now. He has done an outstanding job, really, you know, turning around and making sure that the people he worked with were trained, and so he's going to keep living on through all of our employees that he has, you know, been with. So I want to say that about him, because it's pretty. If you look, how many, do you know offhand how many principals he's trained that are out there now that came under him, the APs? I'm trying to think. We have Priscilla. There's quite a few.
So there are several. You have Sean Sarah, Debbie Sheets, Christine Henschel. I would like to say I was his co-principal that helped him hire all of his APs.
Okay, you're getting credit then too.
Cypress Bay. But, and his mom was the office manager when I was in middle school. So his training goes way back, and it's very deep, and we're all gonna miss him. But to Ms. Levinson's point, it's countless, and it is far-reaching. Beyond those in his building, just across all the principals. Mr. Neely, Bob Crawford, and Carolyn Eglishon are the three institutions that all of the principals look to as role models, mentors, and support.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
And I just want to say all the best, Big Kahuna.
So with all those accolades, I actually wanted to speak to a specific, and I'm not going to separate, well, I can separate it now if I want and potentially and turn it over, or we can have the conversation first. But I have a concern that I need to share regarding Mr. Singh and the recommendation initially for the 10 days, which has been reduced to 3. And again, some of the additional, I believe, at least I'd like to share, agreements that should be considered beyond just the period of suspension. So with that, I guess I'll turn the gavel over so I can separate.
Ms. Corner, are you making a motion?
Thank you. So I'd like to separate Mr. Singh. Make a motion.
I'll second it for you.
It has been moved by Ms. Corn, seconded by Ms. Bartleman to separate Mr. Singh from the G4 item. Any audience input on the separation? Seeing none, colleague input on the separation. All those in favor of separating Mr. Singh from the G4 item as a whole indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The item is now separated. Is there any conversation from my colleagues, actually, to the public on the separated item? To my colleagues on the separated item? Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So my concern in reading through all the material, this individual has been, has had incidents back since 2011, 2016, 2018. And the incidents have been occurring in a very similar manner in terms of what the complaints are, with the most recent principal note saying, I'm extremely concerned for the safety of my students. Do not want him near children. There is nothing in this recommendation that says that if he continues the employment, which obviously he's not being terminated, that his employment will no longer be at a school. And for me, that's where each of these have been, even back since 2011, it was issued a cease and desist directive knowing you're not to contact or converse with students. Personally, as a board member, as a parent, I don't understand how we have someone who's still working at schools when they have a cease and desist not to work with or converse with students. To me, if that's the order, then they should have already been placed outside of a school setting. But we're now where we are today, and as much as I wish other interventions had been taken, I am not comfortable giving any type of discipline without there being an agreement that he would not apply for and he would not be provided any employment that has to do with service at a school.
Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, Non-Instructional. With that said, Ms. Corrin, that's definitely something we would need to discuss, and I guess we would look to legal on that. But as a separate note, Mr. Singh has secured employment that I am holding and have not authorized as it is based until I have the result of today. And because he's received satisfactory evaluations, we are able to authorize the reassignment, but I want it today to take place before we move forward. These are recent events, but until the board voted today on the suspension, the recommendation, we're not moving forward or authorizing that. But he would be transferred to a district area in the same capacity and responsible for the same type of work, but it would be at the district level.
So, and to my point, so I appreciate the additional information. Mr. Runcie did share that with me, but for me, that doesn't say that would prohibit that from occurring again. And this was, again, not one time. And I know that we have, the intention is to kind of build the discipline, right? And so we haven't, as a board, had the opportunity to do that here, because if you look back, everything was done through letters and in the file. So in my mind, there have been enough transgressions that there should be something beyond the 3 days. And obviously, our PSC agrees that should be, because they recommended 10 days. With that said, I'm not going to ask Mr. Runcie to modify that based on what's been included, other than to say, to be comfortable, need in the agreement that there will not be an application for and that this district will not award him a job where he is interacting with students. Each of the directives that have been given since 2011 have indicated he is not to interact with students, and he continues to do so. So that's why I will be voting this down. But to Mr. Runcie, obviously you will need to bring something back. If this passes, I would like it to have something else, but my colleagues may be comfortable with it as it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Yep. Ms. Good?
So, Ms. Korn, I really thank you for bringing the issue up. And do you think that this is another opportunity for the matter to be tabled?
Well,
I mean, I'm just concerned that we've had a couple today where the committee recommends a more significant recourse, and what's coming to us is less than what was recommended. And I think both cases deal with issues that I think, as one board member, make me uncomfortable that the individual is around children when there's comments that have been noted that there's concerns about it. So, of course, everyone has their rights as employees, but when we start to waver from, the type of recommendations that are given by the committee, and also this is another one of those where I would want some type of I'm going to call it behavior intervention. I don't know what else to call it other than the fact that this individual needs to be counseled. Anyway, I concur with my colleagues' comments. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Good. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Ms. Alhadeff? Okay. So just really quickly, so I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Moquin about this, and one of my concerns that I brought up was if the issue is speaking with children and the performance of the role is not in question, would it make better sense for that person to be transitioned into a different role? And so I'm glad to hear you say that that's something that's being contemplated, but I think, Mr. Runcie, what you're hearing from the board collective on these items is you bringing forth to us an item that's been reduced from the original PSC recommendation. It seems like they're unfinished. And so I guess we've had a conversation before about how are we addressing this issue as a whole, because we've had instances in the past that have come where items have gone before previous boards, and then we sit here as a board and we say it's unconscionable to us that this could have come before a previous board and no disciplinary action would have been taken. So I think you're hearing a little bit of frustration about the process, and so I guess one of the things that I would say we need to look at is what is the process for these types of issues?
So part of the process is ultimately we then have a conversation, with legal, and we try to look at, in some cases, the historical outcome for these things, and we've sent numerous items through the administrative hearing process, and then they're overturned or they kind of split it in half. So there's some counsel on that as well, and we take that into account. What's really the likelihood of it being challenged and our ability to actually uphold it and defend it, given the information that we have. So that becomes part of it. Now we can, through the process, really not take that into consideration and just go ahead and move forward with something that's a little more stringent, recognizing that that's always a, that kind of increases the likelihood of that happening. So I don't know if that.
Well,
So I'm trying to temper that in there. So sometimes I guess what I'm saying, what we believe we want and what we realistically believe the outcome is going to be, we're trying to save the administrative time, process, and money of going through that when we have a strong sense of where it might end up should it be challenged and go through the administrative hearing process.
Understood. And I think one of the things that is difficult for me as a board member is having an understanding that the same information that was shared with me was apparent to the PSC when they were giving their recommendation for what the
Correct. But they don't take into account how we end up dealing with this case moving forward from that point. And sometimes PSC gives us outcomes that we don't like, and we've come back with something that's higher than that.
I think what I will say for myself, and I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'm getting a sense that there is some level of consistency that these types of matters should have as to what is going to be put forth, both what we would expect PSC to deliver, and then if there's going to be a change to that recommendation, what would be put forth to this board, considering an opportunity for some type of training or
Right,
counseling.
Yeah, that part, we absolutely need to make sure that that is a consistent part of it, and whatever that training is, that it's, you know, it's going to be effective, it's going to be pertinent, and would be followed up. So that's clearly a big missing piece that we need to make sure that we do and do it consistently. So we'll review all the future items to make sure that that's in there. But as far as the actual number of days and the terms, you know, we try to view that from, standpoint of consistently how these cases have been treated as we've moved forward, depending on what's in there. And so we try to take that into account when we come up with the number of days.
Right, and so just one more thing about the lens that we look through. I mean, we look through the lens of some of those cases that have come before us recently, where there was no discipline in the past, and it brought us to a situation today where it was very evident to us, had discipline occurred in the past, maybe some future transgressions could have been avoided. But I think that we, as a board, need to have a conversation about what our expectation is, and I think we've talked about doing this before, but I don't know that we've had that workshop yet, to talk about what is our expectation for certain types of behaviors and the discipline that we have an expectation going forward, and whether that means that we are going to go through to a hearing that comes back to us then, and they make a decision that's different from our decision. That might be what we have to do for certain types of cases. And I think that the information that was shared with me from Mr. Moquin, the picture is different from the picture that's painted similarly to the previous one that we discussed, from the public-facing documents that are put in front of us and out for the public to read, and that is very difficult.
Yeah.
Ms. Corn?
Thank you. To kind of build on my original comments and those of my colleagues, I believe in progressive discipline. I'm not asking for us not to do progressive discipline, and I appreciate that is why this has been moved from 10 to 3. So I understand the underlying, but at the same time, the bigger picture, and I think this is maybe where we've missed the boat, at least in the agreements that come to us, is what are the extenuating circumstances around going forward, not necessarily from where we are today. So for me, when I look at this, I think, well, there has been a concern about this individual being around children, and there's a concern about insubordination. So there are two things here. So to the training or the behavioral intervention or whatever that is, even if we take him away from being impacting children on a day-to-day basis, we still have to deal with the fact that there's been insubordination now indicated multiple times over the last 10 years. And so if we want to get to the core of making sure our employees are supported by us and they're giving us the best quality, to say, well, he's had a good evaluation, insubordination is not a good evaluation. So he may be good at the custodial features, but an employee has more than just those tasks. And so we want to make sure that he's good at all, or she is good at all parts of their job. And so again, I think we need to do our part in helping them do that once it's been acknowledged. So as this is brought forward, to me, Mr. Runcie, from a leadership perspective, it is, yes, what is it that we need to do in terms of there being, I guess, the punishment aspect of this, but there also needs to be, if they're going to stay with us as an employee, how do we help them to be a stellar employee going forward? And so I'd like us to be acknowledging that on a more consistent basis and not behind the scenes, meaning, oh, well, these are things we're going to do. For me, I want it in the agreement. I want that individual to make the same commitment that we're making to them by giving them that support. So I would like to see those things happen at the same time. And then my last, okay, I'm going to stop with that. So I can do, the last time I deferred it, it came back, nothing was different. So the reason I was just going to vote it down was I need something different to come back to me in the agreement itself. But I'm happy to change this to a deferment. My intent, or actually make an amendment for a deferment, but my intention was to vote it down so Mr. Runcie could bring something back to us based on the conversation we've had. So it's at my colleague's discretion. I'm not going to ask for a deferment. I am intending to vote it down, but if one of my colleagues prefers that process, doesn't matter to me.
Madam Chair, just a quick question. We can definitely move forward as we look at these agreements to be more definitive, more deliberate, and outlining. But in the agreement, what we've done, and as a general rule, item number 2 speaks to refraining from that same type of behavior or other actions in the district. So what we try to do, it's been generic, but we can definitely be very specific around that. But when you look at item number 2, it speaks to the employee refraining from similar behavior. So that's how we've captured that in the agreements in the past.
Okay, so, and if I could respond to the chair, my second concern, though, is him not being placed around children in the future, meaning he agrees not to be requesting those job positions, and we will not be providing him with those job positions. I don't want that to fall through the cracks 3 years from now when everyone forgot about this conversation. So that's why I appreciate that, and that speaks to one issue, but my secondary issue is the concern about ceasing any conversation or contact with the children. That's a bigger picture for me. Yes, Mr. Runcie.
So I think
Sorry.
that's a very important point that we need to incorporate into the agreement. And so, again, to your point, I'm just going to like to have an opportunity in any form that the board decides to do so for us to go take it back and ensure that that's stipulated in the agreement, as well as some more specifics on what type of behavior intervention will be provided.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Ms. Good?
So for that to happen, Mr. Runcie, do you feel the most appropriate would be to defer it then? Table
Yes,
it to a
because we're going to have
future
to go back
meeting?
and have them re-sign.
Would
the
that be
agreement.
the most prudent?
Sure, that's fine. Here, I do have a question for the board. Are you all opposed to us moving forward with the reassignment? Whatever comes out of the outcome of the next meeting, the suspension will still move forward or whatever, but at this time, I would love to move for him he'll still be a district employee, and remove him from the school at this time based on the information I have. Or I can wait.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. My concern with that, which I appreciate, is if he doesn't agree to not apply for other school-related jobs, or that the district, if he doesn't agree to the language, then I'm concerned with what our next steps are.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that, and I'd like us to move this forward as quickly as possible for him. I'm not looking to create him any personal issues and havoc, but there's no guarantee that he's going to be comfortable with that language, but I would need to be.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Good, followed by Ms. Rupert.
So well, if Ms. Rupert's going to talk, I was just going to make a motion to table it to the next school board meeting, but I won't do that until she speaks.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
Ms.
you. No,
Rupert.
mine was a quick question. You said so he could be moved to another place, not near children. I'm hoping that he's not at a school still near children.
He's not at the school.
Okay, that
He's
was,
not.
because I was like, what?
He's reassigned during this period as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Good.
Thank you. Ms.
No
Good?
problem. So I'd just like to make a motion then to table the item of the individual reference in the item to the next school board meeting.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Good and seconded by Ms. Rupert to defer the separated item, Mr. Singh, to the next regular school board meeting. Any conversation from the public on that? Seeing none, my colleagues, all those in favor of deferring to the next school board meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The separated item is deferred. Ms. Korn, I'll give you the gavel back for the rest of G4.
Thank you. So for the remainder of G4, all those in favor of, any additional comments on G4? Seeing none. All those in favor of G4 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G4 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion? So we have another presentation, our 1:30 presentation. Are we prepared? Do we know if the individuals are with us? Yes. Yes, this is for our high school voter registration drive resolution. Do we have staff or perfect?
Good afternoon, Louise Ball, Social Studies Curriculum Supervisor. It is that time of year again for our annual high school voter registration drive. Happy voting season also. We have some big elections coming up. Today we'd like to thank the board and also the Broward County Supervisor of Elections Office for our strong partnership with working with us on registering annually our high school students. I'm not going to say much. I'm actually going to turn the mic over first to a student from Coral Springs High School, Johan Cifuentes, who will talk about his experience with the high school voter registration drive. Then I will turn the mic over to Mary Hall, who is the Deputy Supervisor of Elections from the Broward County Supervisor of Elections Office. So, Mr. Cifuentes, if I could have you come to the mic.
Thank you. Here I rise today to, thank you to the board, first of all, for allowing me to be here today. Let's move this right here. I just wanted to talk about the importance of voter registration for high school students. My experience in Coral Springs High School, a lot of these students, they were motivated to vote, and they should be, because voting is a very important right to have, and is our responsibility to exercise that right. It is our duty to exercise that right of voting. Because I've realized over the years, before I didn't really pay attention too much to politics, but over the years I've realized the importance of government functions, and I've been teaching many of my fellow students the same thing on why the school board and bigger government, state governments, local government is important as well. And just to mention, we in our high school voter registration drive, we did this in January. We did it pretty early because in May we have AP testing, so we wanted to do it early. And a lot of the students were motivated. They were excited to do it. And we were having online and paper ballots being registered. So we were having all types of students registering, and I was teaching them the importance of government, and they were learning from it, and my teacher as well, Mr. Gofis, has been doing the same thing, teaching them what's the importance of voting. And I really appreciate all of you here listening here today. Thank you.
And Ms. Hall, our Deputy Supervisor of Elections.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Runcie, and all the members of the Broward County School Board. We bring greetings from the Broward County Supervisor of Elections Office. We are so happy to partnership with the school board in implementing voter registration at each and every high school. For the last 3 years, we have registered over 18,147 children. So we are so happy to continue this process to make sure that our young adults are registered and that they are actively voting. I like to also give reference to my staff that is here. I have Haley, Claudette, Daniel, McEddie, and Gemma. And we bring greetings and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is all we have. The resolution actually was approved in August. I believe you all have a copy of it. So again, today was just a day to thank the Broward Supervisor of Elections Office for their partnership, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you very much for bringing that forward, for that opportunity. If I have a motion and a second, please, on CC1.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC1. Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert.
I got it. And my question was answered, but I will ask it and say it on the record here. It was on page 3 of CC1, and underneath the physical requirements, it did mention that there was significant travel between work location, including school, center, homes, and other locations. And my question was, do we reimburse for mileage, which would be very fair? And the answer was yes. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Any additional colleague input on CC1? Seeing none, all those in favor of CC1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. CC1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC2 and 3?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on CC2 and CC3? Seeing none, I just realized I called this and the individual who asked the question is not with us. I know CC3, I believe, has been addressed, but I believe she still has a comment remaining on CC2.
So I move to separate CC2 and CC3.
Second.
Okay, CC2.
You want to do it that way? Wait.
Why don't you just remove the motion?
Both? Okay.
For the both of them and then
remove
start
it.
over? Or withdraw it?
Or we're just going to pause for one moment. I believe Ms. Bartleman is coming back for the items that she asked for. Yeah, I know.
We're waiting.
You didn't say it until you did. Which number?
So we're on CC2 and CC3, and I know CC3 has been addressed already, so I think it's just CC2. And CC2 is the new job description for the classroom assistant K-12 bilingual position.
Okay, no, that's the one I got answered. It's the other one, but don't worry, we can just go ahead and.
Okay, so we have them together.
Oh,
So this is the new job
CC2?
description for
Yes,
the
yeah, I
HR
think so.
support service assistant position.
Yes. So my question is, let me just look here. It's a new job description. Did you have this position before in place? So, and you revised, this isn't yours, Vicki. I'm on the,
HR, CC3.
You answered my question already. You're good. You're golden. You got it. It's a good day. It's Alan's question.
It is an existing position.
Okay, that's what I didn't, so it's an existing position and you revised the job description, and since it's already an existing position, it's in the budget.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. That's it, thank you.
Oh, that was easy. Any
I
additional
know. If
input
I had
on
gotten to
CC2
Alan
and
sooner, I'm
CC3?
sorry, I forgot that one.
Seeing none, all those in favor of CC2 and CC3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. CC2 and CC3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E1?
Second?
Moved by Ms. Brinkford, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on E1?
I believe E1, didn't it pass by consent?
No, Ms. Alhadeff pulled it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you want money?
Yes.
You're good?
So, Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So page 1 of 2, the superintendent's recommendations tracking report. The 2 certifications that were revoked, what contractors were they?
Good afternoon, Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. Ms. Alhadeff, thank you for your question. Just so I understand, so are you looking at the actual superintendent recommendations tracking report?
Yes.
So on page 2?
Page 1 of 2. In the top box, the certifications revoked automatically. There was 2 of them.
Yes, if you look at the report, they're in the middle of the report where it says certification revoked automatically. You have electrical contractors and Gerald.com. They're actually the same company.
Okay, great. And then the next page 2 of 2. So for, oh wow, that's hard work. The Elevator Corporation, Tyson Crump, we have the aggregate limits at 350 million. Why does it have to be that high for elevators?
So, good question. ThyssenKrupp is the largest elevator manufacturer and company, and one of the directions from the board, I believe Ms. Brinkworth had given us, was to increase our elevator contractors because we previously had 2, and if you look at our report, we now have 3. They are the largest manufacturer and contractor, so that is why they are, in fact, it took us over a year to get them pre-qualified and even wanting to do business with us, and they support the majority of our elevators. So that's, yes, they are the largest manufacturer of elevators, so that's why it's so high. They have the capacity.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that we would be using it.
Oh, no, no. This is up to the limits that we can use them.
Okay. And then the trusted construction contractor, they are licensed for the state roofing. Are they one of our 5 qualified roofers?
So they are new. So they are being recommended to be certified for the first time. So that's why it says recommend to certify. They actually have 2 licenses, a roofing and a general. So they are not existing of the ones that we've been previously using. We have more than 5, but these are all new, where it says recommend to certify. So these are new pre-qualified vendors that we're adding, pre-qualified contractors that we're adding to our pool of pre-qualified contractors that support the district.
Right, but my understanding is we had 5 qualified roofers, but we have more, but only 5 that are capable of doing our roofing.
So through the chair, and good afternoon, everyone, Superintendent Runcie. So you're referencing the conversation at the workshop related to roofing. And my recollection of that conversation is that we do have more than 5 certified roofers, but there's 5 that we feel very comfortable that can do the work. So we're adding another certified roofer, but we do have more than 5. That's my recollection of that conversation with the facilities team. Is that
Yes. So, Mr. Runcie,
Yeah, what's that?
go right ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm deferring to you.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so what was identified at the workshop was that there were 5 roofers who we believe do good work per the satisfaction of the district. There's about another 8 in which we have challenges with, but they do work, and there's varying degrees of interventions that we're trying to work with them to get them up to the level of the 5. I mean, that's the universe of what we have right now. And then we talked about strategies that we're going to put in place to try to help build capacity, provide training, help develop the pipeline, et cetera.
So my question, though, then would state roofing now make it 6 that are up to our standards?
Would what?
This new company, State Roofing, would it make it 6 that is up to our standards?
Well, I couldn't say that until they actually started work, and we would get feedback on their performance.
So if you look at the next report where it says pre-qualified contractors, it's in yellow, orange, and blue. If you look at, it gives you a year-to-date. And if you look at state roofing, we actually have 19, right? Now this is going to add 1 more license, so we'll have 20 licenses, of which we can potentially use as a roofer.
Great. And then I just want to make one comment on the procurement and warehousing services page where it says Asian Americans companies, that they're at 0%. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on E1? Seeing none, all those in favor of E1, please oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman.
So how often do companies have to come up to get recertified?
For SREF, they have to be recertified every year.
Okay, so how is it we have 13 companies, we're only using 5, but they still hold a certification if we're saying they're not doing a good job? Like, more than roofing?
Can we get the microphone for Mr. Girardi, please? Thank you.
Here we go. Hope you could see me. This chair's a little low. Frank Girardi, Executive Director of Capital Program. Right now, we have 17 roofers under contract doing our projects. We do have that 5 that was discussed at the workshop that seem to get what we want and are doing the job quickly and without as many pitfalls as the other ones that we're trying to work with to bring up. So we do have 17 under contract right now.
Okay, are they currently doing work?
As soon as they get roofing permits, they'll do the work.
So they're
Right
stuck
now,
in
they're in for
roofing.
permitting. They're in
So
for
they're like
permitting.
just stuck in permitting. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't necessarily say they're stuck in permitting, but they're having challenges in permitting right now. Yes.
Okay, so are you gonna then look to, when they go to recertify, are you going to exclude them from access
Well-
to bidding on jobs if they're, I mean, I'm just curious how this works. I mean, we, like, everyone was pretty clear, you know, there were 5, that's what I walked away with, that we're doing it well. And then we have 17 and we're adding somebody, yet we keep recertifying them, so I was just curious about that, how that.
Well, like Ms. Coker said, they haven't done the work for us yet, so we don't know how they're going to handle it. again, we just had the workshop last week, and we've got some challenges ahead that we're working on to get these roofers that are not meeting our qualifications right now, to get them and mentor them and teach them, do whatever we need to do to get them where we need them to be. But it's only been a week now, so we're putting different plans in place, and we'll bring that back to the board.
And when they were certified, we
So
recognized
if
that
Ms. Bartleman, if I could, this is really off track of certifications. I understand your questions are important, but if this is something, this definitely leads off of the workshop. Can you please follow up with Ms. Bartleman on these specific issues? Because
Can I ask a question about this roofer who's getting certified?
Sure.
Because I think this is a question should be asked of the others. Does this roofer, have they done work in other school districts? The one you're certifying? And is
So
that part of the qualifications?
Part of SREF, that is part of the requirements where they have past experience. I just want to remind the board too, in addition to SREF requirements, it was a request of the board, I believe yourself, to ensure that at time of certification, specifically related to pre-qualification, that we added a component related to past performance. And though I don't provide that documentation, it's an Excel spreadsheet that we review, and we work directly with facilities and the program manager to ensure that before we pre-qualify anyone or recertify them, that they have good standings, and that if there is any issues, that we're working directly with the PM and the vendor to address them, to ensure that when we do pre-qualify them, they are consistently working, whether to improve the issues or to be able to have work.
And you're saying that per SREF, anyone qualified has to have done work?
Of course, that is a requirement of
for
SREF.
roofs. Okay, so every one of the 17 have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of E1, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. E1 passes unanimously. May I please have actually, we're going to move to our next presentation, right? Didn't I say that? Okay, perfect. So our 140 presentation is our resolution in support of Colon Cancer Awareness Month for March of 2020. So Ms. Good is going to be joining us with Dr. Dildra Martin Ogburn, and she's going to join us at the podium. Thank you, Ms. Good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, Superintendent Runcie, board members, thank you for having us here today to allow us to read our resolution on colon cancer awareness. Before we get started, of course I have the wrong folder. Thank you. Blue and all. Hey. We have a few guests joining us this afternoon. And the first person I would like to introduce to you is Mary Ellen Falvey, who is a ACE induction coach, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about her experiences.
Good afternoon. Every year on my birthday, I get a physical. Little did I know that May 2nd, 2002 would change my life. I was normal, fine, had my physical, got my blood test, and heard from the doctor a little bit later that I was anemic, which is pretty normal. Put on iron and had some more blood work done, and I got a phone call, and it was my doctor. And she said, Mary Ellen, I need to see you right away. And I said, well, that's pretty tough because I am at the Williamsburg Teacher Institute, and I won't be home for about a week. She goes, well, I need to see you because you are critically anemic. I said, do you have the wrong test? Because I am up at 7 o'clock at breakfast. We have to be at breakfast. We walk 5 to 7 miles a day. Don't get into bed till 11 or 12 at night. I feel great. I need to see you. Got home. She sent me to the GI. GI said, you're 45, you're a woman, you're anemic. That's not unusual, but you're anemic enough to get a colonoscopy. Had a colonoscopy, and I woke up in a private room. That's not good. Doctor came in, and he said, Mary Ellen, we found a tumor. And I'm like, what does that mean? He said, you have colon cancer. We don't have the biopsy yet, but you have colon cancer. And I started to cry. And I said, I'm a widow with 2 children. What am I going to do? Said, well, I'm going to send you to the best surgeon I know. Went to the surgeon. I still felt great. I thought they were crazy. Still thought they had a mix-up. Talked to the surgeon said, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is what will happen. I go, I'm supposed to go to my TDIF in 2 weeks. Can I do this over Christmas? And he said, no, I'm giving you 2 weeks to get your personal life in order, find someone to take care of your kids, and make arrangements at Indian Ridge to get somebody to substitute for you. I'm like, oh. I had my surgery. A week later, in walked a new doctor, my oncologist. And that's when reality set in. I was no symptoms, diagnosed with stage C3 colon cancer and given a 30% chance to survive. It's because of early screening, it's because of the advances in medical research that I'm here today to speak with you. I have a gene mutation that was identified. I've had colon cancer in 2002, and 6 years later, breast cancer. I've had 9 additional surgeries for prevention because of the mutation I have. So I have become a very active advocate with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance. I get to go in March to Washington and call on Congress. I've met with senators and congressmen advocating for them to support legislation to provide monies and funds for more research for early screenings. I'm happy to say our advocacy has made it possible that they are changing the year for the first colonoscopy from 50 to 45. It's in the process. You'll be seeing that soon. I've been thrilled to have these 17, almost 18 additional years. My children are grown. They're in their mid-30s. I became a grandmother for the first time 3 years ago. I am thrilled to be able to be here today and hear this proclamation. I encourage all of you to get screened. Wear blue on March 6th. It's National Wear Blue Day. And look for the joy in every day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Matt Schroeder, Curriculum Supervisor, PE Health, Driver's Ed, and 10 times more nervous than I've ever been to speak to you about any kind of board item. I'm here because of Tina Severance-Fonte, who we all know. She's an awesome person in charge of benefits. She and I have known each other for 20 years. We work together at South Plantation, and we serve on the Wellness Committee together. We had a mutual friend who got colon cancer, and he discovered it on accident when he was screened for something else. He was luckily, by some miracle, able to get ahead of it and get a hold of it and has it under control. And Tina just really, first of all, serving on the Wellness Committee with Tina, she's made me dress up as a banana, Santa Claus, several vegetables, all in the name of promoting health and wellness. So there's very little I wouldn't do for her. And she would really, really hassle me about getting these colonoscopies checked over and over. And I wasn't even 50 yet, I was approaching it. And I did it kind of to get her off my back. I found out if you do it once and you become back clean, which I totally would, I'm a healthy PE teacher, that you don't have to do it again for 10 years, and then again one more time and you're done forever. So I mean, with the goal of Tina leaving me alone for 10 years, I went and got checked, and I wasn't clean. I had 3 polyps. One of them was what they called larger than medium, which is 4 millimeters. I learned that none of these polyps are born cancerous. They all start and they grow into cancerous, and I would think to myself, I could have been 55, 60, who knows when I would have ever gotten checked if it wasn't for Tina. And you know, I mean, was really, really thankful, really, really happy. I found out that I'm high risk now. I have to get screened every 3 years, but I mean, consider the alternative, something like that growing inside of me. So how do you thank Tina for doing something like this? You're looking at it. Tina, if you're listening, we're square now. In all seriousness, anyone who's watching this who can hear this, I'm living proof. I'm so thankful and so glad I did it. It wasn't pleasant, but it's a part of being an adult, and I encourage any of you who are listening to do the same.
Thank you so much, Mary Ellen and Matt, for sharing your story and encouraging our employees who are watching, hopefully, to take care of themselves and get their screening. I have one more quick presentation, like 60 seconds, from Kathy Witt. She's the Community Wellness Specialist for Holy Cross Hospital.
Thank you. I am also on the Wellness Committee and have seen Matt dressed like a banana. And I am also here because of Tina Severance-Fonte. Last year, we partnered with the school district and brought the inflatable colon to the building where Tina works. And it was a big hit, so Tina and I have been kind of conversing all year about bringing it to Casey Wright. The partnership between Holy Cross and the school district is extremely important, especially to Holy Cross. And we were honored in 2018 to be the Partner of the Year. So I am hoping that on March 24th, you all come down and go through the inflatable colon, and you can see what a polyp looks like, what a clean colon looks like. It's a wonderful experience. And we are also going to involve the HOSA students from Deerfield Beach High School. So they will be, yay, they will be conducting a pre and post survey with all the employees who go through the colon. It's a good opportunity for education. Last year I was surprised to learn that a lot of people did not know it was part of your benefit, that it was a free screening, and they didn't realize they were supposed to do it when they're 50. So it was a nice opportunity for Holy Cross to provide that education. So thank you again for a wonderful partnership, and I look forward to seeing you on March 24th.
Yes, of course. So I really want to thank Dildra for presenting this information and our employees for sharing a very personal journey, because, you know, I think many years ago, of course, all of us women, you know, people didn't talk about breast cancer. You know, people were embarrassed to talk about it. And now it's an everyday conversation that we all speak about it. We wear pink. Nobody's really embarrassed to discuss their journeys. And hopefully a lot of women, and men for that matter, are survivors. And I feel the same way about colon cancer. It's one of those topics that everybody, you know, tries to shy away from, but honestly, it is so preventable. I had an aunt who passed away with colon cancer in her 40s, on my mother's side, and I had an aunt on my father's side who passed away of colon cancer late in life. And I had a very dear friend last year that lost his fight in his 30s to colon cancer. So my dad is thankfully a colon cancer survivor, right? And what that taught me is that you need to go get checked, right? So I religiously go every 5 years because of my family's history, but it is so preventable. And honestly, it's not a painful procedure. It's just a procedure that requires you to take a lot of fluids that you may not normally do on a given day. But I tell everybody, is not what you think, and the outcome is that if anything is found, it's taken away from you, and then you're fine, and then you don't have to go back. But I encourage all my colleagues, family members, and those listening, don't be embarrassed, talk to your doctors, and find out what opportunities are there for you to get that check, because it can save a life. It saved my father's life, and he's 92 now. And obviously, I get checked every 5 years, and I've found to have polyps as well. So, you know, if had I not been checked, I would have been another casualty. So, on this point, I just want to thank everybody for speaking so personally about what you experienced, because hopefully somebody out there listening today will take it away and do something positive. So, would you like to read together? You read one and I'll read one? How's that? So, oh, okay. You did it beautifully. There's a P and a D. I can follow that. So, whereas March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, which is an annual campaign to increase awareness of the disease and encourage screening for early detection to uncover colorectal polyps forming in the colon. And whereas, is that you?
This is me. Whereas colon cancer is one of the cancers that affects both men and women, is the third leading cause of cancer death in the United States, and
whereas in 2020, an estimated 97,220 colon cancer cases will be diagnosed in the United States, and 50,630 people will die from the disease, and
whereas studies have repeatedly demonstrated that a physician's recommendation is the most powerful factor in a patient's decision to receive preventable screening services, and
whereas when 9 out of 10 people whose colorectal cancer is found early, and receive appropriate medical treatments, they're still alive 5 years later. And
Whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida values each of its employees and urges everyone to become educated and proactive in combating this disease, utilizing health coverage available for early annual screenings if needed, and
whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida believes that the health and well-being of employees are enhanced because of the increased awareness, research efforts towards colon cancer, education of screening opportunities, early detection, causes, and effective medical treatments, and
whereas colon cancer is preventable, treatable, and beatable, and
I love that phrase. And whereas the American Cancer Society and its affiliates in Broward County support patients and healthcare practitioners in education efforts and screening opportunities, and now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida hereby declares the support of Colon Cancer Awareness Month, March of 2020. And I think next year we should have the students and the inflatable colon here at the board meeting. No. I like that.
Takes up the whole room.
Yes, I'm sure it does. It's okay. We'll leave it outside in the pre-function room. But anyway, thank you to Madam Chair. Thank you, Dildra. Thank you to everyone who came today. And again, it's totally, what's the phrase? It's totally preventable, treatable, and beatable. So please go out and get checked.
Thank
May
you
we
very
get a
much.
picture?
Picture, yes.
thank you so much.
Okay, guys, one. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
So we're going to continue with the board agenda. If I could have a motion in a second, please, on EE1. Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE1. Seeing none, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Alada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the air conditioners. Does the district have warranty plan on the air conditioners?
Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. Ms. Aladeff, would you please repeat, does the district have?
A warranty plan for the air conditioners?
Yes, absolutely. All new air conditioners are serviced under warranty at the contractor's expense. So all the assets put in under SMART are done under warranty, and assets that we put in are treated under warranty.
And do we have a maintenance plan?
We do not have a best practice preventive maintenance program in place today for all of our air conditioning assets.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So staff was kind enough to respond to my question. My question dealt with the fact that this additional money was required. It seemed like a significant amount, but I greatly appreciated staff's response specifically, and I don't want to misstate, so maybe Ms. Coker, you can speak to the fact that others have even piggybacked on ours. My only concern was that we have needed more of these services than we had anticipated, and with the money that we're spending in the bond, and I know we still have a lot of HVAC work to do, I guess I'm wondering, is it just across the district that these costs are greater? Are there a couple of specific areas in which they've kind of absorbed the money and so we haven't anticipated in that way?
Yeah, so let me take the lead on this, and Mr. Bays will jump in as required. So it's a great question, and part of the response goes back to part of the conversation that we had in the workshop around PPO and the level of data integrity that we have in the department. Based on that, we don't have what I believe is very good data and information to be able to answer that question. And it has to do with how we're tracking and capturing information related to the work orders. And as we all know, that's something that we've identified as a continuous improvement effort as we move forward. So there's an item that will be coming forward next that we will be discussing that will help us gather more and better data and information so that we can address those types of questions specifically.
Okay, so that's helpful. And then Ms. Coker also shared that we are out for a new bid for this, for these services, correct?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, we are currently under the cone of silence. So
Right.
there is a bid, and we normally, when we're reviewing possible extensions or renewals, we like to go out to the market and do the benchmark and our due diligence to ensure that we are getting the best competitive pricing. So in this case, we are out to bid. If we find that the pricing, the responses we receive show an increase, obviously we'll reject those bids and renew with our existing vendors. If we do see that the market yields a significant decrease in cost and best value, then obviously we will not renew and we will go with the new bid.
Okay, and are we going out for bid based on then this larger number that we've now anticipated by the end of this contract term, or are we going?
Yes, so we are using the analytical average, which is the increased usage. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those were all of my questions. Any others? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE1, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. EE1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE2?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE2.
Good afternoon, board members. I just have some questions about, I'm going back and forth and looking at what was put forward in May of 2019, and then what we have being put forward today. And I am curious as to why, in looking at this system, that if we're going to buy things that cover everything, and I know I'm sounding cryptic, but in reading the executive summary for this item, it seems that there are some things that are not being able to be tracked by Maximo, and I'm curious as to why we invest in things that can't fulfill all our needs, and are our needs being fulfilled? So I guess those are my questions, that we need to reel in our money and make sure that we have money for employees before we have money for goods, and is this a best practice, best use for our money? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional audience input? Seeing none, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert
Thank you.
and then Ms. Bartleman.
I am looking at Exhibit 1, please. And the fourth section down where it says Safety Plan Management, the status is not within the scope of Maximo today, other systems being defined and implemented by SS. So I guess I wrote a little asterisk and said, what plan? So I'm sure that's going to be part of the work that you're going to be doing over the next few months. and I wasn't actually sure if that tied into Maximo email listener on the bottom where you, where it says allows end user to create work orders, be implemented in 2020. No process for this today. Huge opportunity, but huge ask. And I put $, as well. So that was really, I guess, to simply ask that, as well as the work order tracking, which this also addresses. And it says IT uses Remedy, and does it also do other functions? So.
Good afternoon, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. Through the chair, if I may address some of the concerns. The one concern that I heard was whether there was an opportunity to leverage Maximo for safety plan management. And while that is not explicitly within the scope of how Maximo is designed and what it's intended to be used for, there is some intersection in that if we're trying to use Maximo as our system of record for support of assets and support of people around their needs for assets, then there will need to potentially be some limited interface between whatever system we end up using for safety plan management as it relates to, you know, people moving around and being safe within a process, versus the system that has records about, for example, some of our technology assets as it relates to safety and their maintenance, whether it's cameras or buzzers or et cetera, and making that handshake between the two. So we're signaling that. In relation to your more specific question about the email listener, just generally an email listener is a best practice for work order systems where you go, if an alien landed from Mars and needed help, it'd be great for them to just, you know, if they're in our school system, just write help@browardschools.com, and you would have something a system listening to the email that would then make some sense or classify that request and map it into an actual work order ticket without someone having to know precisely who to contact or what website to go to and log in and fill out and et cetera. I think the huge ask that appears there is some financial implication to that, but it's more of an operational challenge for us to execute given the complexity of the organization.
Okay, so one huge opportunity, but huge ask. Were you really believing it was more of a staffing and staffing time, or the monetary aspect?
I think it's more of the former, the staffing time and figuring out just who's, because again, one point of contact, that's kind of the vision, one point of contact where you don't have to think about, okay, how do I get help for any given issue? So we have to figure out how we have to organize ourselves for that and who's responsible and accountable for each piece of the work order.
Perfect. And then on the very next page, I guess that's page 3, and it's Exhibit 2, the Student Support Services, I cannot talk today, Student Services, Bullying Hotline, Suicide Prevention, Mental Health Hotline, and that's current system of record for services various, and I circled it and wrote single sign-on needed greatly, because we do hear that from the public, that they're not sure which number to call, if it's which app for this, so I look forward to making some headway with this so we can really get our customers and our employees the right information in a very fast amount of time when we're talking bullying, suicide prevention, and mental health. And my last question is, Exhibit 4, I know what your group is to provide intellectual insight and executive accountability, and then it goes on to tell you about the committee membership and participation. So I wrote all SBBC stakeholders, and there's no public representative, a parent or a teacher, PTA, DAC on this. And I understand your thought process because you're looking at controls and staffing issues, but if we truly are going to make a single sign-on and we're saying that the purpose is you know, to truly reach everyone, I would put out there that you kind of need a stakeholder that doesn't work for us to be seated at the table just for a fresh set of eyes. So I don't know how you feel about that, but that was my takeaway after.
If I may briefly, through the chair, I think one, just the board's focus on governance generally is very smart. It's reflected in the strategic plan, and we try to inform all of our planning with that guidance from the strategic plan, which is why you see such an articulation about the executive steering committee and the governance. The thinking is that we definitely want to involve the technology advisory committee, for instance, and they will be running in parallel, where the thinking is the ESC group are the people that are really accountable for the work.
Right.
Where we're going, okay, we have to synthesize a number of processes, proposals, and define, build out the system, configure it, and then that group presents it to a group like TAC or even DAC, which then reacts to it and says, we like what you did, or no, we don't like what you did. And then this group here of people specifically listed are the people accountable to go and really fix it or do whatever work is necessary. So we try to separate it. The thinking was, and I think your point is spot on, and we should maybe think to periodically invite some people to the executive group. But the thinking is, we want the people who are tasked with doing the work to be very focused on that and come to another forum to present it to the people that are having the work done for them, and then get their support, approval, and satisfaction.
And I get that, and I did take a sneak peek at next week's workshop item, and there was one on the TAC committee, so I just started reading that last night. So that's a little thicker read than I had time for last night. But I do appreciate that and your comments. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, okay, so from Maximo, not you, but your predecessor went into a contract with EDI to help facilitate the transition into Maximo and ensure that it interfaced with everything. So now we're taking EDI out and negotiating directly with the company, is that correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, it still isn't currently interfacing with SAP. And if you look at the agenda item and what EDI's responsibilities are, we've paid EDI. How are you holding them accountable for deliverables?
So if I may, through the chair, Maximo is presently interfacing with SAP. The challenge we had, for example, was that it wasn't mapped to, and this is some of why we separate the people doing from the people consuming. There's a lot of sausage making. So within SAP, we have some spoofed accounts, for example, some accounts that are used for internal purposes, but they're not really intended to be a final accounting of things for more public purposes. When Maximo was configured, to my understanding, we were leveraging certain internal account codes that were creating issues when we then tried to create a public report to say, well, how much did we spend on this category of that? Because then what Maximo was generating wasn't necessarily aligning with what SAP was producing. So it's kind of like I've said to the board before, that if I'm EDI, their position is they configured the system to the specifications we gave them, and they have checked that box and they've moved on. We didn't achieve the outcome we wanted, even though the effort was put forth as was obliged in the contract.
So there's no way to hold them in breach of contract?
We have met with legal, and we've concluded that no, we don't have a strong position for that.
Okay, and then how many other contracts have a third party in the middle of them, like EDI?
I don't presently have.
Okay, I just think as the new IT person, maybe you should look at all of our contracts, because we know that we could clearly go into direct negotiation or with the company, and you're doing that. But then we had a third-party vendor that it's questionable whether deliverables occurred. I know you're saying that they did based on the specifications, but you have on here that as of 1/20, it still isn't completely integrated with SAP, and you just said it was fully integrated with SAP. So on page 2 of your document, I don't know what the correct information is, but I know there have been issues with Maximo. There are issues with Maximo in the PPO department. It was part of an audit. So is it fully integrated with SAP or not?
No, and it's not a binary question of it's integrated or it's not. It's a question of...
Can they interface or?
Yeah, so again, the question isn't binary. The two systems talk, they communicate. And that's usually when you design systems to be interoperable, the first pass is saying, can this system talk to this other system? And you test it by getting data transfer between the two systems. Yes, we have that. That is in place today. That is what EDI delivered. Now, with that said, for example, what are the two systems talking about amongst one another? That's where we had issues, where, for example, we wanted Maximo to go and check against different budget lines in SAP and build in hard stops, for example, in certain types of inventory that could be ordered. That isn't finished yet. We haven't set the rule that says, when you exhaust this budget line, freeze everything that's being ordered for this category of asset in Maximo. So the two systems talk, and I've been very clear that the two systems presently interface, but the additional logic and rules that we need implemented given our evolving business needs, that's where it remains to do the work over the next couple of months with IBM directly.
And are they, because I just feel like if you, talking isn't enough if it's not, they're not talking smart. I guess I don't know how else to speak it, you're speaking in IT language, but we're spending a lot of money on this contract, and for it not to work and for it to be discussed as part of PPO and all of those things, I have major concerns. So you're saying you're saying that with this contract now, it will definitely fulfill the needs of Ms. Marte and everyone else in regards to SAP and all the interfacing. Is that what you're saying on record?
Yes, I'm saying that on record as it
Okay.
relates to, for example, in finance
Sorry, I
and
didn't mean to
accounting,
say it on
parts
record.
requisitioning, which is what the system is for managing parts. It can't do everything finance needs, but for parts requisitioning, as it was documented, designed, and bid for, that's what we're going to
But
be doing.
why are we purchasing something that can't do something that that can fulfill all the needs?
Great questions, if I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
And I've heard this notion of, why don't we just buy one big system and it does everything? No one system does everything for everybody. And the way we often think about it is if you look at your phone, you don't have one app. You probably have over 100 on average, right? So there's this need to balance the capabilities of any data system to do a myriad number of complex tasks against the we're humans, and we have to interact with an interface. And if you give me something that can do a million things, chances are I probably can't do 3 with it. So in terms of the best practices of system design, you try to make systems as modular as possible, where people buy many systems to accomplish any number of tasks that they design to accomplish, as opposed to putting everything all in one system. So to bring it back to my prior point, this system is designed to manage work orders. It is designed to manage all stages of an asset life cycle. So for those pieces of that touch upon finance, namely that at the end of the day, an asset has to be requisitioned, that requisition has to be approved, that approval has to then be credited against an account, i.e. that interface with SAP, that's what we are delivering within the next 3 months.
Okay, because for work order tracking, it says IT is using Remedy. How long have we had this contract with Maximo?
If I may, through the chair, for
Well,
3 years.
I just heard work order tracking, so, go ahead.
For
3
3
years.
years. Yes.
And you're saying you want them to be, this should be working with work orders, but they're using Remedy. And then there's also another group that's using Suite Rec. So if that was if we intended the purchase for those reasons, how is it 3 years later we're using different systems?
So if I may, through the chair, a couple of things to unpack. So this is kind of getting to what I'm talking about, where given the capabilities of systems probably over 10 years ago, the IT department, to manage its assets and work orders, had one system that was used internally that could not be accessed by the outside world. And for it to be accessed by the outside world to submit work order tickets, they had what we call a front end, a web-based system called Remedy. So you had 2 systems working in parallel, Remedy and the system that was behind it, to implement this process, where we're trying to just get to just using Maximo over this period of time and consolidate. So this chart appears here to show you that, we're working with a balkanized series of systems as we're all kind of living in, and we'd like to minimize the number of systems that the district is having people work within as much as possible, and be clear on what are the systems of record for each of the critical business processes that we implement.
And the purchasing system, it says it's not within the scope of Maximo today. So was that something we wanted to use it for? Will we ever be able to? Is that part of the contract? Because it says they can't do it.
Yeah, okay, so I can speak to it briefly. I don't quite have what you're looking at in front of me.
Page 2 of the
Page 2.
item.
Okay.
Exhibit 1, departments and the initiatives.
Yes. So, and Mrs. Coker is here and can speak more at length, but we had a theory of action that there are a number of operational disciplines and departments within the district. So we tried to be as exhaustive as possible in enumerating all of them here. And the goal is to get all of them working within one platform to the extent possible. So we signaled that purchasing and warehousing services is another operational department that could potentially leverage one environment like we're doing within Maximo. So we don't presently at this time, at this exact moment, know everything all the wealth of knowledge of, marrying the leadership of a department to say, feature for feature, here's what Maximo does for the thousands of things Mary knows her department needs to do, but we're signaling that that's part of our exploration process in this committee over the next couple of months.
And was that one of the deliverables with EDI?
No, not to my knowledge, that was not one
Okay.
of the,
Mary?
just no, it was not one of the
Okay.
deliverables.
Mary, do you have anything else you want to say about that, or?
No, so basically, just to clarify, the system of record that we have for procurement has been SAP. Specifically, we just purchased the board-approved Ariba, which is our supplier onboarding as well as our sourcing, and we'll be continuing to move on to the next phases of implementation for that. But I think what more this is related to is I oversee the purchases of the stockroom that work through Maximo, and the purchases are done through SAP, and the work orders come through Maximo. So it's important that that interface really works, because you might find a discrepancy of what you might have as inventory levels in Maximo versus what truly you have of inventory levels in SAP. So I think that's what we're trying to get to, that we are looking at, ensuring that that interface is adequately working to improve any of the areas that may not have worked in the past.
And that's what you, Mr. Dunn, said you're going to make sure happens.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then it's supposed to interface with transportation, but are you finding it meets all of transportation's needs, or do you think we're going out to get other things to supplement it? I guess I just feel like we're investing a lot in this one company. This one company has been cited for having issues in the review and not working correctly, and then it's not interfacing completely with SAP. I don't believe it's interfacing the way we want it with transportation. Is there a point you abandon ship, or because we're like doubling down now and going right to IBM? So is this the best use of our resources, and how is it going to interface with transportation?
So a couple of quick things. One is a question for Mary. This contract we're bringing forward is for how long?
1 year?
Correct. So this is, in our sense, a reboot of this initiative. And within the year of this contractual period, we're going to make this successful. And in the event that it was not, we would rethink the whole thing, because clearly this hasn't worked 2 times now. Now, with that said, for transportation, we believe that Maximo has capabilities that can meet their needs as it relates to fleet management and maintenance, specifically. There are other things transportation does, for example, routing, bus positioning, and broadcasting.
Right.
They have other
That's
systems that do that
separate,
stuff,
okay.
correct? But as it relates to fleet maintenance, maintenance scheduling, et cetera, this system should meet their needs. It's a matter of seeing how fast we can go to do the knowledge transfer between IBM and our teams to have that live in production where, that's the official system we're using.
Okay. All right, so you've answered my questions. We can't go after EDI, but you're going to look and make sure we don't have any of the third parties that are brokering between the companies, that we can go right to them and get it done. Number 2, you said you're going to ensure that it interfaces with SAP and does everything we need after this contract. And number 3, the transportation, you're going to do whatever you can to make the transportation work, even though we have to use other systems. I know it's a year, but it's more money, and we spent a lot of money here, and to me, it sounds like we spent money for a third party that we didn't need to have, quite honestly. So someone got money in the middle, and we're not even happy with what we got because the specs weren't written, I guess, the way they should have been written, or else we would have what we want. So I'm just weary of this whole thing. So that's why I have a lot of issues with this contract. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of questions. One is on the support aspect, and we had a chance to speak, Mr. Dunn, about this going forward as we do implement additional aspects. Often we need additional support, training, and so forth. So we can anticipate what the costs are associated with that. I know that's not today's ask, but it is a future potential ask. So could you speak to that?
Yes, so for the support aspect of it, we would, so just quickly to rehash the conversation, our primary strategy to provide support would be by building internal capacity, using our, innovative people within the departments who are most, excited about the platform, et cetera. We believe we can build capacity using the staff we have in-house currently. Now, with that said, if we were to, for example, accelerate some of the deployment, then what we would do is look to leverage the local market of Maximo trainers who are cheaper than IBM and probably more quickly deployed Typically, on a project, you scope training at 15% of the project cost. So for approximately $50,000, that would be our exposure on bringing in additional external capacity to accelerate the full implementation throughout all these departments.
Okay, so I appreciate that. As one board member, accelerating the process would be something that I would like us to explore, because there are so many facets and there is so much additional opportunity for the district through this software, as I understand it, that at that cost, to me, it makes sense for us to take those steps. So I'd like to explore it. Obviously, this is not my area of expertise, it's yours, and I don't want to do anything so quickly that we stumble. But if we can bring in that support for that kind of value, I think the value to the district is exponential compared to that investment. So that would be one thing I'd like. Obviously, I'm disappointed. I almost kind of feel like with some of the other software we brought into the district, such as, for instance, eBuilder. There's a lot of capacity there that we left on the table for quite some time. As we bring, and this is, of course, now under your leadership, not prior leadership, so you're not responsible for that, but it is imperative for me and Mr. Runcie that we don't make purchases that we're not ready to implement. We don't make purchases that we don't fully appreciate either what they can do for the district or how we're going to implement them. So you can always paint a very pretty picture, but once you actually go and put it on the wall, if it doesn't fit, then what do you do with it? And then it's just constantly something you're trying to fit into something. So I understand that this does interface and it does the things that we want it to do, and obviously IBM has a great reputation in terms of the products that they provide, but I need us to be more systematic in making sure we don't leave opportunity on the table when we're making these kinds of investments. In the contract itself, this is page 4 of 22. I know that this is their standard agreement, but it does call for an automatic renewal if we have not indicated that we're not renewing, at least as I read it. So I want to make sure, and I'm not looking for us to go fight IBM over this contract, but I need to make sure that internally we have something that triggers that type of notice to us so that we don't miss that date, and then we're caught in a position where we have to renew. And I'm not saying our intention isn't to. I just don't ever want us forced into renewal because it's automatic, and most of our contracts don't have automatic renewals.
Correct. If I may, through the chair,
Unless I'm misreading it.
I would have to study that point a little bit more closely, but what I do know is that based on guidance from the board, the procurement team has been instrumental in delivering visibility into contract expiration periods. So when I said I didn't have the count, for example, of third-party intermediary contracts off the top of my head, I have it sitting in my inbox because the procurement team has, over the last couple of weeks, delivered full accounting of all of the contracts we have, their expiration dates, their dependencies, and they've been great in focusing on that under the guidance of the board. So I just wanted to give them that compliment.
Okay, well, in this case, there's a different level of impact if we missed it. Because this one unless I see it differently, it automatically renews, because it says on number 1.10, the support appliance services automatically renews at the then current charges unless the client provides written notice of termination prior to the expiration of the term. I just want assurances that there is a flag somewhere that says this is going to get back to us in a timely manner before that were to occur. That's all. So
Correct, because they
someone
give
could
us
just acknowledge
30
that would
days
be great.
tolling that in their language. They give us a 30-day notice provision.
Yes.
So we would have to hit
We
that at
can
the
say
11 months.
this will not automatically renew.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking
Yes.
for. I just want
Yeah,
somebody
we
to
have an
tell me that's
addendum.
not going to happen,
Sorry.
because our other contracts
I'm
don't
being
have
a lawyer.
automatic renewals. So, and on the pricing, I looked through to figure out where the 420 is, and when you look in the pricing at the back, I couldn't figure it out. So is there one line somewhere in here that says it's 420? Because I looked at the back, and the back refers to a summary total of $334,998, and then it also refers to the monthly, and that's, again, another document further back is the software as of service. That's $85,000 a month. If we prepay, and if we do pay on a quarterly basis, it's $89,250. I didn't find any numbers that added up to $420,000.
So if I may, through the chair, it's page 87 of the PDF document, which reflects $85,000, plus the $334,000 amount on page 81 of the PDF document.
Okay.
They
Others,
disaggregated.
do others have a document that has that many pages? That is why I couldn't find it. It was not in our backup. In our backup, though, is another section near the back.
Page 2 of 7.
There's one that says there's a page 2 of 7. That's the $334,000 number I quoted, and then go back a little bit further, and you've got another document of 8 pages, and that's where it says the $85,000 if paid in advance. So, but that's $85,000. Is that our total? Doesn't actually equal.
That's the 420, yes. 335.
Reduced from the 450.
Correct.
So we'll talk about the 450 in the next item,
Okay.
because there's 2 items.
Yes.
E2 and E3.
Because this actually acknowledges the reduction in it. In the executive summary, it talks about the reduction of the 450. So in the reduction of the 450, we're in essence saving 30,000.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and those are my questions, so.
And I want to thank, if I may, the chair, the procurement and warehousing team, the extraordinary negotiating they've done, working with both IT and the vendor, just extraordinary. So I want to thank them publicly.
Thank you. So I don't see any other questions. Those in favor of EE2, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. EE2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input.
Ronald B. Barish. I would say that if there's an automatic renewal, I don't like that. And I think you should vote it down if it's an automatic renewal. That's number one. I have a couple of points. The second point is of the Maximo, and it's by IBM. IBM is one of the most expensive companies in the world. If something could be done where you can get something less than that, because we're looking here at 5, 6.
So, Mr. Barish, we're on EE3.
I'm on
which is
EE3.
It's a reduction
Yes, I'm on
of the spend
EE3.
authority. Okay, thank you.
We're looking at $6,326,668. But then the spending authority will be 5,876,668. That's a lot of money. Not to mention that there's going to be more coming out of here, because I just did a grand total of other ones. But I will say that if there's somewhere that you can get something better and cheaper, it still would work. Even though Maximo is a good computer maintenance company by IBM, I think that it would be better if you did that, because there's a lot more money coming out somewhere else, and we need to be thrifty. Be thrifty. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other audience input? To my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
E3?
EE3, yes.
This is the same thing, it's okay. I got everything answered in the 2, because it's all Maximo.
Perfect. Okay, any other colleague input on EE3? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE3 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on J1? You want to pull them together,
Yes,
Mr.?
yes,
Okay, J1, 2, and 3 pulled collectively. May I please have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on J1, J2, and J3? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Mr. Barish?
Okay, J1, what is it?
Single letters. J1, J2, and
Oh.
J3. Single letters.
Oh, single letter.
Thank you. Seeing any other audience input? To my colleagues, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I was looking at the items before us, And I believe this is kind of the first go-around that we're seeing the program years moved out. It looks a little different to me, more updated. And I just wanted to call out, I guess that was on JJ1, I'll wait for that. The fact that the first one, so J1, is just about doubled. Is that what I'm reading? This is one, right? Yes. And by no means, I mean, board members, I'm absolutely supportive of all the items. I'm
Right.
just having trouble kind of following if this is going to be our new look, or if this is going to be how it is. I just needed some kind of clarifying language, so.
Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. Can you clarify when you're saying double?
Okay, so when you first look at this, you look at original program year, and it should have been in year 2, that's what I'm reading. And then the next column is program years 1 through 5 is 2,000,006, and then program year 6 is 2,278,000. Is that 2,278,000 and odd dollars here representative of an additional cost to do the program years 1 through 5?
Go ahead,
All right,
Ashley.
that's why I wanted to ask this question.
Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. Actually, this ADFP page is the original funding. So this is all the original funding, and the item is to advertise for the bids. So while we do have a projection for what the overage will be in the future, this item is just to say, get the authorization to advertise, and when the bid award comes back, that's when we'll bring the actual dollars with, you know, if there's an ask to the reserve or not.
Okay, so, and I don't know if that could have been any clearer. I'm having like eye issues, and it's hopefully getting better, but I really only see out of my left one really well. So if there is a better way to put that, because looking programs year 1 through 5 and then program year 6, to me, it looked like we were going to be paying that amount for the, in addition to what we're paying. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, just for me, could just be me. And then 2 and 3 were basically the same question. So these are, this is to be seeking the contractor. So same thing then. So this is not in addition, this is the original money.
Right.
Okay?
That's correct. And maybe I can clarify just a little bit more, which is that I cannot remember the month that we brought the item, but there was an item to realign some of the funding.
Right.
So the funding that remained back in the years 1 to 5 column had to do with the design and the program, more of the soft costs, and the money that was moved forward into the year 6 was related to construction dollars. That was an item that came through in conjunction with capital to realign the program funding.
Okay, now that makes, I don't know if there's a better way to do that or reflect that, but that makes tremendous amount of sense, and I remember that. And J3 was the same aspect for me.
Correct.
So I appreciate that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional comments on J1, 2, and 3? Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so mine's kind of like a general comment as you bring all these contracts forward for jobs. So we know that, and I kind of spoke to my concern a little bit with you, Frank, and I guess it has to be like a board discussion.
Can you speak up a little bit?
I guess it has to be a board discussion. But as we continue to, you know, issue these contracts, and and our goal is to complete everything in the bond, but the contracts continue to come in, you know, higher, and I know that they're coming within the projections, the new projections, but the new projections are still $400-something million over. And then when you read the, I liked the, Ms. Marte, thank you for the SMART program update review. So that was very helpful. And we only show, I think it said 4 million, and we had to go into unreserved capital we were using this time. My concern is, as other things break, and as we have to go into capital, unreserved capital as opposed to smart reserve, which, how, I don't know how to put this, well, I'll just say it. Like, for me, if it was my house, and I knew, I mean, we're anticipating being able to get all the work done, and we're anticipating being able to find the money within our capital reserves and putting it away. But if there were definitely items in my house that were more broken than others, or more damaged, or of higher priority that were safety concerns, or something that could hurt my family, I would push those items out first to get done. God forbid something happens down the road and I'm not able to get my dollars together for everything else. Has there been any thought, Mr. Runcie, or to any of you, to maybe take the high priority safety items first? I mean, like the roofs and the mildew and the leaks.
I think that's how the work was actually scheduled in the first place, right? It was in
Correct.
collaboration with the maintenance department, where through their input, they scheduled out the work and the projects based on how long they could maintain certain assets that were out there. So that's kind of already built in, but yeah, I mean, it's possible some unexpected may occur, and then we would maybe readjust the prioritization of the work at the time. So, I mean, I think we deal with those things on a case-by-case basis.
Right, we, like Mr. Runcie said, that was all pre-planned.
Right.
But if something does come up, and we have something that we will probably bring into the board, that is something like what you're talking about, to separate it and move it forward, to get it done, because it is a health issue. If those come up, then we analyze those and we'll bring them forward quicker if we have to.
But in the meantime, we're doing projects that are not health issues, like labs and things like that, that enhance things for our students, but we're not doing, I mean, Natalie gave us a list of the items that we recognize as the top 10 worst items in our capital plan, and we haven't completed those, but we're pushing up other items. And I guess what I'm looking for as a board member is, at some point, if something happens to the capital millage, or we have to go replace a whole roof we didn't anticipate, we're not going to be able to complete all of these projects, you know, maybe years further down. But there are schools that are in far worse condition that are not moving towards the front of the line. So there are schools, and I'm not even talking about the big three. That being said, those should have already been done. We're not going to go there. But let's talk about the other schools that have roofing issues and other things that for some reason they're not completed, but other things are that to me are lower level of importance.
Well, the way we're bringing things forward is, as we get the permits and we get them out to bid, we're bringing them forward. We're not holding anything back. We're not moving anything up. It's as projects get permitted, we're not going to sit there and hold them back. We're going to move them forward.
No,
'cause
but
they're
that's
permitted.
not my question. But how are you determining what you're going out to permit? That's what I'm
As
saying.
soon as we receive a letter of recommendation, we look at it. Now, we do have a backlog of those, and we look at those and determine which ones we bring forward.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, though. The ones that should, in my opinion, the ones that should go out for permit and should be getting done first are anything involving roofing, safety to life, HVAC, any of those things.
You just mentioned the whole program.
Well, I know.
Every school has that, so how do we separate?
Other schools have cafeterias and, I mean, STEM labs and kitchens that got pushed forward that I'm now being criticized for when I go out into the eastern communities. And I don't know if anyone else has received that criticism yet, but I have. So when I get criticized for something that is not a perceived, like this is impacting the health and wellness of kids, but pushed to the front of the line, I need to say something about that publicly because I'm being attacked on that publicly, number one. And then number two, how do I fix that? Or maybe it doesn't need to be fixed. Maybe it was the will of the board for it to happen. I don't know how we do this. It's not just my opinion, but I feel we have to say that the things that are in dire, dire need, like the 10 items on that list that aren't done. I mean, they should be the ones that you should be delivering to permitting and getting done right away, because those were the ones we said were the most important and the most egregious, and they're not done. That's what I'm saying. So in my position as a constitutional officer, I want to do everything for everybody, but I also do not want to be faced with criticism when I hear something happens one way and then so can you explain that?
With that, what you're saying is we may do a culinary lab. It's ready to go, so we do that. That's not affecting a roof or anything else. As the permits are received, we bring them forward and get that work started.
But you're missing the point of what I'm saying. The point is that we have limited dollars. We are operating knowing that if they decide to take away our capital dollars or reduce it or whatever they want to do, this program is dependent on reserves and our ability to generate reserves, or it doesn't happen. So when you spend money, I know the money's supposed to be there, but when you spend money on something this as opposed to that, and we run into a problem with reserves because we have to go back and do projects we didn't think were going to need to be done, then the other projects aren't done, but these are.
So we're in a no-win scenario. We get criticized for not doing STEM labs and media centers, the things that students can use and use for teaching and learning. We get criticized for not getting those done. And then when we have time to do them, because the other roofs and other projects are sitting there waiting for permits, we get criticized for not doing that. So no matter what we do, we're going to get criticized.
But the other piece
I hear you.
is,
That's,
I mean,
that's
we can't.
fair. That's very fair.
No,
You're
but
right.
The other piece is we can't function based on some doomsday logic. I mean, the financial markets collapse next year, and then we can't even get the rest of our bond because we don't have $800 million now, right? So we can't assume that we would not get millage going into the future that we're getting today, or more so.
It's not
I mean,
doomsday.
one could paint scenarios where
Okay,
you
so I
can't
need
do
one
anything.
of us to speak at a time.
Okay, go
Ms.
ahead.
Runcie,
Yeah, no, I'm done. I'm just saying, we have a plan in place. We're moving forward with that. We can't, I mean, we're creating some highly unlikely, worst-case doomsday scenario for every one of these things. That's, I don't see how we function like that.
I'm not talking about a doomsday. What I'm talking about is if you have schools that are not in our program, that roofs go, HVAC systems go, we would generally, because they're not in our capital program, let's just go with that
Then we would
angle.
do it as, we would do
You would
this
do
like-
it, but then you wouldn't have reserves for the bond. So it is a bad situation. We are $436 million over. We are using money that's supposed to go into maintaining our buildings and go into reserves for future projects to fund these projects. And at any time, something could happen to any of our schools. And it's very, look at stuff going on at roofs now. I mean, that's not a doomsday scenario. That's an accurate, we get it all the time when things come up. You just had flooding at one school that changed the whole, you would add 2 million, or was it 4 million to Falcon because of the flooding? I mean,
We didn't, this is
No.
not
yeah,
true.
yes,
It
we
was
did.
a $78,000 change order.
It was 78, okay, I'm sorry. I
Because we
apologize.
had to use rock because the water
Rock.
table came up 3 feet.
All right, but overall, how much is that over now?
78,000.
No, Falcon total.
78,000.
No, from the original budget.
I
So,
don't
Ms.
remember what we
Bartleman,
asked for. That was a while ago.
I know, but my point is that things come up all the time. This one, if you look at this one is increasing, and I know we said we put it away. Additional funding of $2 million, JJ.
which item, Ms. Bartleman?
And if you go through, every time it's additional
J1.
funding.
We're on J1, J2, and J3.
Oh my God, I've been talking about JJ1.
I thought so.
Oh my God, but it's, so I think you hear my point. I think you get what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that we are doing, it could apply to any SMART program, so I guess it doesn't matter.
We are not sitting there saying, we're not going to do this roof because we're going to do this STEM lab. That's not happening.
I know, but I need you to say that. I need you
I
to.
just said it.
Good, thank you. Because I need to be able to explain it, and I need to be able to have this conversation when I'm being criticized. So this is, I don't know, we're in a terrible position. I'm not saying you can
Okay,
wave a
but
magic
Ms.
wand and
Bartleman,
fix it, but I need you
on
to explain it.
J1, J2, and J3, we can go back, because I think others of us have conversations on the larger items?
On the bigger ones?
Yes,
Yeah.
so on J1, J2, J3. Do you
I'll
have
wait for
anything else
JJ.
you want to add to those items?
No, I'll wait for the other one.
Okay, perfect. So we'll come back to you for those other items. Is there any other conversation on J1, J2, and J3? Seeing none, all those in favor of J1, J2, and J3, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. J1, J2, and J3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ1?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on JJ1.
JJ1,
Yes.
Ronald B. Barish. Let's get this straight. With the lump sum of $3,343,297. Does any of that, I hope, some of that is going to be also for mold and mildew if it becomes necessary in the schools when they see it. This, with construction in the schools, you may see it. So I hope that happens, okay? And you're talking to JJ1, 2, and 3, or just JJ1?
JJ1.
Okay, because I'll be back again.
Thank you.
But JJ, that's what I wanted to say, that I hope that they use some of that when they construct, when they do the construction. I'm not even sure what the kind of a construction it is, because it doesn't say in my book here. But I sure hope that it's going to be right, this construction that's important to the schools involved. I would like to see the mold and mildew out of every public and charter school in Broward
Mr. Barish,
County.
that isn't to the point of this.
I understand.
Thank
but
you.
I
Okay.
just said that the reason, because of that.
Is there any additional input from the audience? Seeing none. So to my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question about this one. What was I was just looking to see if I could see it here. What was the program year originally for this?
It's primarily roofing and HVAC.
No,
Oh, program year, I'm sorry. It's year one.
Okay, the reason why I'm a little confused is because at some point, not this past summer, but the summer before, the administration at the school it was indicated that they were going to be starting the roofing, but we're just bringing the design bid build, so I'm a little confused.
I can't attest to what somebody may have told the administration a year and a half ago. This, like every other project, has been a package project where it's everything identified in the DEFP. This one was never planned to be a roofing project and then a HVAC project. But I'll be glad to go back and talk to the team and see if anybody remembers that conversation.
Well, more importantly, this is one of those schools that has absolutely zero swing space. And so swing space, they are over capacity.
Right.
And so it is a concern. I know it was when it was first mentioned to the administration at the school that they were going to begin the roofing, that it happened over the summer because they don't have additional space to be moving their students around. And so I guess I just need to know that when we're working on moving these projects forward, we are having real upfront conversations with administrators about the timing, because I've heard from several administrators over the course of the last couple of years that has not been happening.
Well, as we've all heard from the roofing, we're doing most of the demolition in the nighttime hours and having the temp roof back on when the kids are back underneath the building. Some of these schools, we do not have available capacity to do the swing space. So that's why the contractors are having to work nights and weekends so that we don't impact what goes on in the classroom.
Okay, and then my other comment is really to all of the items, and I know we did receive a memo via Ms. Marte to the superintendent about the reserves. And so, Ms. Marte, this question is really for you. Given the information that was shared in the memo about the current smart balance and the actions that we would be taking on these items today, is there any action that the board would need to take prior to regarding the budget, or it's just a transactional thing that happens where you're moving dollars from the unallocated reserves into the SMART program reserve?
So, through the chair, Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. Ms. Brinkworth, it's the latter. So it's all in the reserve. When we come with the next budget amendment, we would true up to these items as a housekeeping type of thing, but it doesn't require a board vote today. Acknowledge the board item you are voting on conforms with that memo and declares that the money's coming from unallocated capital reserves. So upon vote, you're affirming that.
Okay, and so then my next question along those same lines would be, as we move forward and additional items come before the board, if I read this memo correctly, that it won't be until, as we continue until fiscal year 21, that there would be additional dollars allocated for the SMART program reserve. So until that time, we will be utilizing unallocated reserve for any items that come before the board for the remainder of fiscal year 20?
That is, that is possible. However, I believe Mr. Runcie already said, we could also, there are a couple of other avenues we could go along. One of them is we could issue additional bonds, which I'm not suggesting is my recommendation here today. And there are a few other options that I'm currently working on with PFM to run by the Finance Committee, the district's Financial Advisory Board, on Friday, to potentially come back to the board with a recommendation for some different options going forward.
Okay.
And I do, and I know you didn't ask this, but it's been kind of, Ms. Bartleman had some concerns, so I want to kind of put everything in context from where I'm sitting. The program, as it's currently constituted, at a 70% risk assessment, I believe Ms. Bartleman said 437 million, I think that was the number, over, of which 225 million was already planned and accounted for in your DEFP. Going forward, based on what's happening in Tallahassee right now, we don't have to share millage next year. So we're going to have an additional, I'm using round numbers, 30 million of reserves next year.
Okay.
In the 3 years after that, we have a significant amount of unallocated millage. In fact, we have 222 million of unallocated millage, which when added together would cover the program at a 70% risk assessment. Is that making sense to everybody?
Okay.
So there are no indications that the market is going soft, quite frankly. I just came back from my mandatory annual investment training that's required to keep my job, and they expect actually a protracted favorable market condition, longer than the normal curve. So I'd like to come back to the board potentially in March with some other options for the board to discuss. So I don't want to say hard and fast it'll all come out of the unallocated. My preference is not to use all the unallocated.
Okay.
Is that a sufficient answer, Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes. The only other question that I had, and I guess that kind of speaks to it, is as our CFO, at what level of unallocated reserve are we comfortable going to using for this purpose? And then I know you're going to bring forward, you just said some additional options.
So before I get uncomfortable, I would have the board in a position where they had alternatives. So my intent is to bring forward an item in March or April. I don't want to get to a point where we have some kind of crazy event. The other thing, and by the way, if we did, we've got other reserves we can use. The other thing is there are dollars in PPO. The board, if you recall, the year before last, we married the annual $10 million you put in the PPO budget with what was normally the PPO budget to make sure they had dollars for repairs of roofs and HVAC, not wholesale replacement, but routine repairs. And the board did that to make sure that there wasn't any inability for PPO to keep operating and doing some of that maintenance that could occur because a tree falls on a building or something like that.
Okay, so you're working with the facilities department in forward to see what items they're potentially going to be bringing to us.
I meet with them every week. Mr. Girardi and I have an understanding, he is not to bring items to APG unless they are on the schedule that this team in front of you here, Mr. Shim, Jeff, and I sit down and go over, that there'll be no surprises.
Okay, and I think just for me as a board member and for my colleagues, I would probably assume that what we want to do is we want to ensure that our projects are moving forward at the pace that we can move forward with them, and that the ability to fund them is not an issue. So having that conversation about those alternatives for how we would fund them through the end of this fiscal year, I think sooner, obviously, rather than later, it's a good idea for us to have that
So my
conversation.
intent is to give you a plan that takes the funding concern off the table,
Okay,
not just for this year, but for the life of the project.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you. Page 1 of 2 on the bottom, where it says the note, bid is 20% over the Atkins estimate, net change is 93% over the previous amount. Is the previous amount the original amount, or what amount is that?
Yes, it's the original funding allocation.
Thank you. And then, can you explain on page... Can you explain on page 2 of 2 where it says staff does not recommend creating separate bid packages, carve-outs for any of the approved scopes? What do you mean by carve-outs?
We've had that conversation for a while now. What that is when we could sit there and break apart a project into multiple projects where roofing is separate, HVAC separate, or possibly the interior work separate. It's very, very tough with the intricacies of a lot of these projects. Roofing and HVAC tend to go hand to hand. With the roofing issues, we're looking at other options, and that's some of the things we're looking at after the last workshop last week regarding roofing, on can we get some of these projects carved out with the roofing, especially if the roofing does go longer than expected, where we still complete the SMART program and then delay the roofing. But that's something we have to look at project by project, because some of these roofs may not be able to be delayed. It's not an easy answer. It's things we have to look at and make decisions as we go.
And then, Ms. Marte, the memo that you gave to the board this morning, I guess the thing that I struggle with is that we received this memo today, but it was dated yesterday. But I feel like with full transparency to the community, I think it would, I don't know how we do this, but put this in the backup so the community can clearly understand where we're getting the money from and where it's coming from and what we're doing with it.
So, Ms. Aldef, you've always received this prior to today. Yesterday, I was out in schools and out of the office most of the day, and Mr. Moquin has been out due to, some health challenges, and so no one was able to actually go and sign it. No one brought it to our attention. So this is kind of an anomaly. You've been seeing it every month, so it's not like we just are starting this process and not being transparent. It was really just a timing issue that no one was able to get to it, and we had we'll make sure we take care of that next time. But this time it kind of slipped by.
We can, and to Mr. Runcie's point, my staff generally does this on Friday. Friday was my wedding anniversary. I took the afternoon off, so I didn't get it to Mr. Runcie. We can make sure that you get this every time there are JJ items, usually get it the Friday before. So I'll make sure with Mr. Shim that we get this constituted so Mr. Runcie can sign it on Friday, and it goes home on your in your packets Friday night.
So are you saying, just to clarify, that it's going on our website for the public to see too?
No, I didn't say that.
So that's what I'm saying. I think, and I don't know how we put this out there because this is a memo, but for full transparency, I think it's important for the public to see this information too, because it correlates with the different items.
The attachment to the memo is on the website as we do budget amendments. I know that doesn't fully solve your concern, but the running total of the reserve is part of the K3 amendment item, which is required by law to be on the budget website.
Right, but I think, though, it's just easier for people when they're looking at each of the items, that if they had this a part of it, it would be less confusing for them, and I feel it would be more transparent for us as far as where the money is coming from.
I mean, I think part of the challenge is that this memo is not directly connected to any particular item, but it's an overall picture of where we are. I mean, it's the same as providing the public with a copy of our bank account statement and what our balances are. So I'm not sure if you had it connected to the items, each of these items, how you would read that. I mean, it's really informational purposes for the board. If anyone wants it, they can ask, we'll provide it to them. But I wouldn't want to confuse someone to try to connect the reserve balance to a specific item when it's an overall thing that we're running. I don't know if does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does, but I think maybe then somewhere else where it's not hidden and it's more obvious and people can connect and see it if they want to. And maybe somewhere else on our website, maybe through the bond, they can put that information out there.
Yeah. So I was just, I was thinking the same thing Ms. Ruber was thinking. As for our quarterly reports to the BOC, don't we provide that? Yes, Omar's shaking his head. So there's a quarterly report that has that information in it, and that's online.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have other questions, Ms. Holodeff? Okay, so I have Ms. Good.
So I guess I was gonna speak when Ms. Bartleman was speaking earlier before she walks away. Oh my God. So I was trying to understand her concerns as it relates to the prioritization of the projects. And I know this board had talked a lot about that, and you know, the schedules that were delineated and how we were going to deliver the projects out within the community. So I totally understood what you were saying. You're gonna commence on projects as the permitting is authorized, and if the roofing project is not authorized and it's taking substantial time, but other projects within that scope of that school are ready to go, you're going to proceed on those projects. It's basically, that's what you said?
Correct. What we're looking at is we're trying to get all of the 1, 2, and year 3 projects out first. But if we're looking to meet our goal of 4 to 6 projects a month being awarded, we're not going to only award 4 if we have 2 other ones that are ready to go that are maybe year 4 or year 5. We don't want to hold anything up if they're ready. But priority is years 1, 2, and 3 right now.
So I guess, and I don't want to speak for her because that's why I wanted to ask her. It sounded as if she was trying to reprioritize some of the work based on what she felt was a priority. And so I was trying to understand if she was trying to do it within a specific project or if she was speaking about reprioritizing not only work for that particular school, but work beyond that particular school, right? Because she was speaking about a pot of dollars that was available to do all the work. So I guess I'll just, since she's not here, I just want to make sure that we have a greater conversation if we're going to start reprioritizing the work that we have already shared with the community, especially if we're going to start, again, reconfiguring what's been promised to a particular community. I mean, a lot of work has already been delineated at previous projects that have already commenced. So now to start doing this, I'm concerned about it, and I think it's a greater conversation. So when we share information out here in the public, and I get that she had as a concern about ultimately all the projects being completed, and now that you're back, so I was trying to understand through the chair, if that's appropriate. Ms. Bartleman, you were speaking about the available dollars and the fact of ensuring that specific projects were getting done. I think you mentioned the word
Yeah.
prioritize, safety kind of projects, roofing and stuff. But what I didn't get from your comments was, were you trying to say that in a particular school A, that that work was going to commence on something other than, let's say, a roof? Were you trying to say that you wanted the other projects delayed so that they could go on and do a project elsewhere that was a roof? Is that what you were trying to say? I don't want to speak for you, so I'm really trying to understand your
No,
concern.
I don't know if she wants me to answer or not. Do you want me
I'm
to?
sorry?
Ms. Bartleman?
I was,
Wait,
we,
no,
I,
your question, Ms. Gooden?
Well, yeah, just.
I was asking to get called on. I didn't want to answer.
Oh, I'm
probably.
sorry.
No, that's why I asked.
Yeah, she asked the chair.
Well, what I was saying, what I was trying to explain is I have less faith in the money coming, of us being able to fulfill the requirements of the bond with reserves, knowing that we have, we had $2 billion of need when we.
But my specific.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
Chair,
telling you.
It's just to because I don't
so-
want to belabor the
Okay,
point.
so.
I'm just trying to understand your viewpoint. Were you saying then that?
I'm saying that we had a list of 10 projects that were passed out at the last workshop.
Okay.
That were the board's top priorities if the bond didn't pass, that had to get done no matter what, because we thought it was dire. But those projects aren't completed. And so my question is with how they're staging, whether it's, and I understand why you would do one while you're waiting for the other, but how are those things that we determined to be so dire, not through permitting or not through, how are they saying that, how are they determining what they're putting in permitting, I guess? Are they not prioritizing? And I know everything on that list seems to be a priority, but it's just shocking to me that those projects aren't done and we have other projects that are done.
So I guess
Right.
So, do you understand what I'm saying? And I want to know, how are you, from this point forward, can we say these are the ones that we know are so important? Let's get them done. And
Okay, so
there's only so
I'm
many
not going to have
reserves
staff
for this
respond
year.
because that was a response to Ms. Gooden. I think Ms. Good was just looking for that clarification.
And I appreciate it. So again,
explain it well?
I'm very concerned as well, though, that we start having conversations about reprioritizing the work based on what you're, on conversations that we're having. I mean, it's like, I think staff is given a directive. These are the projects that are coming in years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, et cetera. These are the pot of dollars that are coming through. Yes, these are projects that have, immediate need or concerns. But I think when we start putting it on staff to say, I don't think you should be doing these, I think these are a better priority, because they may not be going through permitting all at the same time in a perfect world, because that's not construction. So I get what you're saying. I'm just concerned that the takeaway is that somehow they have the opportunity to pick and choose what's going on, and it doesn't work that way in construction. You're given plans, you submit plans, permits come back, and then they start working on these projects. Is that correct?
Yes, to clarify that, we're not stopping anything in design. We're not stopping anything going into permitting. As soon as everything is ready, we immediately move forward. So if we have 100% drawings that have been back-checked and ready to go to the building department, they'll immediately go to the building department. So the way things are going, it's all flow.
Right.
Is as we receive approvals, we move forward with those.
Right.
If there's projects that we know that are critical, it's up to project management to sit there, push the architect. That's something project management has to do, but everything moves once we get approvals. Once we get the 30% approved, we move to the 60%.
And it's whatever was delineated for that particular school. And then again,
Yes.
we have conversations, because I know we've had it in other schools, and I know we're having it in some of my own district, where you know, as projects come through, some things may not make sense, and you're coming and reevaluating and making some recommendations, and then you bring them to us at a workshop where we have the greater conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, and one of the things that is occurring is years 1 and 2 seem to be the most difficult projects. And those are the ones that were taking the longest. We were just out of the box. The architects are looking at them. The problem we're having, which I might say is a good problem, is the year 4 and 5 projects are getting done design-wise, because the system, everyone knows how to do it now, and they're not as difficult of a project. So what was taking maybe 18 months or 2 years in years 1 and 2 are taking 9 months in year 4 and 5.
Right.
So the problem is it's all converging. The ones that are the difficult are taking longer, the ones that are not are taking shorter, and they're all coming in at the same time.
And again, every given school has a list of projects.
Yes.
I do not want it to be shared that somehow you all are supposed to now make a decision that some of those projects that were delineated for a scope in a particular school somehow need to be postponed so that you can jump over here. I don't think we've
We
ever
will not
had
do
that
that.
conversation, and I'm very concerned about the statements that were made. I get the concern, but I'm very concerned about what was shared. And so if anything like that's gonna occur, we have to have a bigger conversation as a group, and not just one particular individual making those demands on staff. I think it's a greater conversation of this board, so, thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay, I just wanted to make one comment on the revenue. I know that Ms. Marte had mentioned the charter school millage. Could we get an update on where we are with FEMA reimbursements? We had projected 11 million. Do we still only receive 1 million out of that? Because I think we need to contact whoever we need to contact to try to get on that. I know I've tried to, for other hurricanes, speak to U.S. representatives and senators, and I think we need to press to move this forward. This is a lot of money that we have not been reimbursed for.
So through the chair, we received the 1 million a while back from the county, and in the budget amendment for capital, we just had the board approve. We received 1.5 million from the feds. So to date, we've received 1.5 from the feds. And I will get with Aston Henry and John Sullivan and start contacting people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think,
That was the
Mr.
end of their
Runcie, that's
departments.
something as a district we need to look at, moving that forward to get that FEMA money. Okay, that was that one. And then also, I wanted to mention, we also have a sale of land today, which is not included in our numbers, correct? That's on the agenda. An amendment.
That's
but
already in the projected DEFP, yes.
It's already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then I just wanted to ask a question on JJ1. JJ2 and 3 respectively were 14% under the Atkins estimate and 8% under the Atkins estimate. What is the situation with this one? I don't want to hear that it's the roof and the AC. They're all the roof and the AC. Why is this one coming in over your estimates?
So with every project that a hard bid comes in, every project, whether it's a CSMP, CMAR, or a hard bid, we do an analysis with the bid to see, comparing it to our estimate and find out where the differences are, and then also, of course, look at the scope and ensure that the scope is aligned with what was originally set out in maps. And on this, certainly my estimators are not infallible. They make mistakes, and if you have 6 or 7 different bidders and an Atkins estimator all looking at the same set of plans, you're going to come up with all different numbers, right? So even within the bidders on JJ1, you see a lot of variation, especially in there was only 2 line items. It was roofing and HVAC. So you see a lot of variation in the numbers of the hard bids. Now, the hard bids overall were a pretty tight spreads, which is good. That indicates that really is the market value of that project. So we have a comfort level there, but for whatever reason, our estimate for HVAC on that one was just low. And it wasn't anything in particular, but we take all that data, and on the ones where we're over, on the ones where we're dead on the ones where we're under, and we compile it and make sure that our estimates in the future are taking into consideration all the data that we have from the market going forward.
Okay, so where are we now on your bottom line average?
Bottom line average, we're under 3%, between 2.5% and 3%.
Okay, all right, thank you for the answer.
Okay, so my questions, one of those, I thought I said I did call on you. Okay, Ms. Rippert, I'm sorry.
You can go first.
No, go for it.
I'm like, wait. Thanks for my colleagues that went before me. Oh, it's on, right? And thank you to staff for answering my questions that I had brought to them before. Going back to the conversation about what Ms. Good and what Ms. Bartleman were discussing, I was thinking, I certainly don't want to revisit the prioritization. I mean, as a board, we really stayed in our lane and let the process happen, and I certainly advocate for letting that process happen. However, I think we should be updated on the projects that staff brought to us that were in year 4, 5, 6, that were brought forward for remediation before time, let's just say a roof or HVAC issues. And I don't really find that information as readily available, and it's hard for, especially for me, let's talk about myself, it's hard to find something in somebody else's district that they would know way better than I would if they were a year 5, 6, and we brought it forward. But I'll just mention Markham. We as a board listened to staff. Staff said, this is what's happening. We need to put it ahead, and we need to make sure that is because it's leaking and it's life and HVAC, et cetera. So I think an update, if my colleagues agree with that aspect on those particular projects, and there can't be a lot of them. I don't think there's a lot of them, because the ones that came to the board I'm talking about, that we all discussed and voted to move those ahead because of the need. I would think that these prioritized ones should be given to us, I don't know, quarterly, maybe. I don't know if you go over those specifically with the bond oversight, but it would be very helpful to kind of counteract some superfluous information that floats around. So just have the facts. I don't know, Mr. Runcie, do you understand what I'm saying?
No, absolutely.
Okay, and colleagues,
That makes sense.
okay, all right, that's all I have for JJ1, thank you.
Thank you. So my question was also regarding the Atkins estimate being under by 20%. I actually met with staff and I asked if we could do something a little more strategic in terms of looking at those percentages, whether they're over or under by a significant percentage. I think it's appropriate for you all to determine what that significant percentage is and not myself, as I'm not an expert in the area. I do appreciate, Ashley, you going through the process or explaining the process of the fact that each one of these is something that you do a deep dive into, but there are some things that can still be outliers, and whether it's over or under, something that we had been estimating at a higher price could have potentially, for whatever market conditions, come down to some extent, and others to have gone up. My concern here in the JJ1, it actually also ties into JJ2, is the same contractor happens to have given us, who's being awarded JJ1 and 2, is over $600,000 on HVAC in both. And I understand that collectively, their number is still less than the other bids, but if the other bids are significantly less in that area, I would still, and we didn't get into that level of detail, but that's what I would expect staff to be able to answer that question and to be able to say, everyone was over in, a number similar to that, or yes, that's an outlier. Their overall numbers were still less, but for whatever reason, this category. And maybe it's because they reviewed the plans differently than everyone else. But that's the type of thing I would like to know that staff is aware of and on top of, to be able to say, we identified their number, and I'm just putting this out there, I'm not saying this is the case, but if it's over that much, that they could say, oh, well, their number might be twice that much in that category, so even though it's a lump sum number that we're getting, it still may be something we can bring to the attention of that contractor to say, did you realize that this area may be something to reevaluate? That would then impact our lump sum number. It might even bring it down more.
Can I speak to that? Okay. Yes, I completely agree. I think you have some really good questions and really good points. Speaking on JJ1 and JJ2, as you mentioned, it is the same contractor. But I just want to point out that there's two kind of separate issues there. So the fact that there's $600,000 over the original funding allocation is not necessarily a red flag, because we know that the original funding allocations were not sufficient. And we anticipate there to be a big overage on roofing, and in a lot of cases, an overage on HVAC that might be quite significant, depending on, you know, what the scope was at that school. Now, the idea of looking at the different bidders and what their numbers were for each of the different line items, I think, is very good. They don't always package the exact same items that we would in the line items, but it still gives us an idea and a way to compare the bidders that's not just that bottom line number, so it is helpful. And this particular Burke Construction Group actually is right in the middle of all the bidders on JJ1 as far as their HVAC. So there were a couple that were over and a couple that were under, and one that was right in line with their number. And then on JJ2, they were on the low side. And I mean, they were actually in the middle of the three, but much closer to the low one than the high one. So, you know, I don't think there's anything in particular, but I think your question, and you're exactly right, those are the types of things that we look at. Both Heary does that and Atkins, in fact, with these construction bids. And, you know, we'll continue to work with Frank on that and make sure we can, you know, report that to the board when questions are asked.
I was going to say, and I think that really for me is, there should be an expectation that's being done every time without us asking the question. Right. And when I asked the question, there didn't seem to be knowledge of it, which is, I'm sure, because each of you individually are not the ones doing it. But at the same time, we are voting on each item individually. So it's important that we understand that each time an item is being brought, this level of scrutiny is being considered for each of these contracts coming forward. So I appreciate the dialogue and bringing that forward. I'm going to highlight something on page 1 of 14 of the agreement form. I'm going to highlight it here because I'm going to refer to it back in JJ2 and JJ3. So I just want everyone to see what the work of this contract comprises. And there is a delineation. And it actually represents what is asterisked in the SMART program that's supposed to be covered. But it's done in some great detail. When we get to JJ2 and JJ3, which are not on the floor right now, so I'm not going to discuss them, there's a much different level. And so I'm concerned about the consistency of what is stated in our contracts. I know the next page or next several pages have a lot more identified, but to me, there's a reason that the work of this contract is itemized the way it is. The itemization should be consistent. Because if I have two contracts with Burke Construction, and in one of them I reference a media center, and in the other one I don't, but a media center is part of the deliverables for both, now we have some gray area potentially. And the last thing I want is for anybody to have anything left that's not in black and white on this contract whenever possible. So we can go back to that in the JJ2 item. And then the last thing I wanted to point out, and this is something that Mr. Shim was able to be helpful, not directly to me, but through staff, is to my colleagues in the collaboration sign-off form. You'll notice that the one that's selected, it's the very last document of the attachments, is in the comments. And please just correct me if I'm wrong, but the capital projects reserve is a culmination of both the SMART funding reserve and the unallocated reserves. Is that correct? Okay, so that's why when I read it, it looked like there were 3 categories of reserved. And so I was concerned because I don't remember ever seeing 3 categories. So the 1 is just the umbrella of the other 2, correct? Perfect. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. All those in favor of JJ1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. JJ1 passes unanimously.
May we move JJ 2, 3, and 4?
We can bring them all together. Those who have comments, are they comfortable with those together? JJ 2, 3, and 4, moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on JJ 2, 3, and 4 collectively.
Ronald B. Barish. I'm wondering how many roofs will have to be repaired or replaced, because there's more than 150 schools, including charter schools in Broward County. If that's the case, each one will be over $5 million. So I'm wondering just how much it's going to be this time, how much money it's going to be, what the funds are going to be, not just now, but in the near future. I'm just wondering what's going on. It's quite a bit of money. And for roofs, and for roof repairs, and for replacement, and for air conditioning, for AC. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen now, because it's going to continue that way. Over $5 million every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there public input? Seeing none, I'm going to go with Ms. Brinkworth first.
My questions were on all the items with regard to the reserves, and my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I have Ms. Rupert.
We included 4, right?
Yes,
okay.
2, 3, and 4.
Thank you to staff for answering my question when it came to JJ4 about Blanche Ely High School. And, sorry. Flipping over to the answer. Concerning the ADA projects specifically, we've all been here when the esteemed Ernestine Price will come to our meeting, and she will tell us that she's seen her children, her grandchildren play basketball, and she has not been able to actually see them play basketball because of the ADA wheelchair lift not being finished yet before the season each year it goes. So I want to ask you all to give us an update on that wheelchair lift. So when Ms. Ernestine Price gives us a call, everybody will know.
Okay. We had originally mentioned that this was going to be a summer project, but we were asked to get a little more detail. Right now, the shop drawings for all 3 lifts, I believe there's 2 in the gym and 1 in the cafeteria.
Yes.
Or the media center.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we have 3 of them.
Jim.
They're in for, the shop drawings are in for review.
Okay.
We've gotten them back once with some comments. Once we get the approval of the shop drawings, which we would hope could be done by the end of March, it's a 8-week lead time to get it, which puts us the end of May, which puts us right at the summer to install them. So that's what we're looking at, to start either prior to the school year ending or soon after that. Now, even though if we're waiting for some lifts, there's foundation work, there's other things that needs to be done. So we're looking at doing it over the summer and having them ready for the start of school.
Right, and to be fair, you guys have the 2 lifts. 2 lifts are on floor level to be able to access that, and then the third, which we were just talking about, was the lift onto the stage.
Right.
So yes. I assume that the information is all 3 of those will be sourced at the same time, and by the
Yes.
end of the summer?
Start of school.
Okay, got it, because it's written down now. So that was for that aspect of it, and thank you for giving us a more specific timeline. And let me see, page 20 and 24. I think that was it for this issue, and my other questions on 2 and 3 were answered. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
So my only comment, again, with having to take from the unallocated reserve is first, I don't intend, when I was voicing my concern, I don't want you to think I didn't anticipate you guys doing that yourselves. I anticipated a board discussion or just doing it because I say it. So a board discussion on that, number one. Number two, this using unallocated reserves creates a deferred maintenance situation, which was put us in this position to have to go out for the bond, in my opinion. Because when they took away the $1.8 billion from us, when they took away the millage, we didn't get done what we needed to get done. So that's why I am always very concerned about being able to finish the program and what gets done when. PPO, based on the review, taking money from PPO, the review and everything we read says we have to add money to PPO and more positions to help. So I really look forward to Ms. Marte's workshop where she's going to figure out how, I think I'll feel more comfortable, Ms. Marte, when you go over what you don't want to share yet, but you're going to share in the next time you have a workshop. Because those are my concerns. It's the same money that's used for refresh, same money used for buses. It's everything. So I will wait patiently for your workshop for you to ease my concerns. So if you want to, I don't know if you can add anything else. I mean, I think you gave me a good explanation before.
I do need to add one thing if the chair will allow it.
Ms. Marte?
It was not my intent to have a full-blown workshop. Under the direction of Mr. Runcie, Mr. Shim, his team, and I have been working with PFM for about 6 weeks on a couple of different strategies. We have a financial advisory committee here.
Okay.
That is made up of all exterior professionals in the finance world who would vet that plan, vote it up or down to recommend it to the board. It was my intent to bring an item, not a workshop.
Oh, an item, okay.
And I do need also to clarify that there is no intent to reduce PPO's current year budget. The unallocated, and some of your points are absolutely correct. The unallocated funds are unallocated, so it's not going to affect our refresh, our buses, any of that stuff. That money that's unallocated is 100% rainy day funds to be added to PPO if something happens, to be added to the SMART program. So I don't want you to be concerned that there's some plan in the future to take anything away from any of those things the board's already reflected as a priority, because that is not going to happen.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have, Ms. Good, did you have any comments on the JJ items? No. Okay. So on JJ 2, if we can turn to that same section, and JJ 3, this is the area in the agreement itself, the first page of the agreement form. So on JJ 3, the agreement form under works of this contract only state building envelope improvements, fire sprinkler installation, and HVAC improvements. And yet, media center improvements is specifically identified with an asterisk for $283,000. On JJ 3, on that same page, the first page, it also identifies work of this contract. Now it says safety, security upgrades, building envelope improvements, media center improvements, HVAC improvements, and electrical improvements. So now it's not nearly as specific as JJ 1, but at least it identifies more of what's listed in the SMART program, and certainly more than on JJ 2. So I'm concerned about the lack of consistency unless I'm missing something.
We understand your We understand your concern, and we've already made some adjustments working with our friends up in procurement. There's now a new check process that our leadership will make sure that we're being more consistent and detailed in the explanation in the page 1 of the contract. But even if page 1 says work per GOB scope, the documents all reference the complete set of plans and specs, which is ultimately what the contractor is bidding on. So
Yeah.
we understand, and we'll make sure it's addressed.
And just for your concerns on JJ2, if you go to sheet 3 of 14, where the drawing list is there. If you go a little bit down off the top, there's A401 and A402, which is the media center.
Okay.
And these drawings are part of their contract. So
All
we're
right,
going to
so
fix the rest
I was
of
going to
it.
say, I'll be honest with you, this looks messy to me. And the last thing we can do with a project of this scope is be messy. So this is easy. And Ms. Myrick, doesn't legal review these contracts? I mean, I didn't review them for a legal review, but to me, this was something that stood out pretty apparently. I don't know who is the check and balance here, but I thought legal might be the final check and balance. But Gary was really kind of responsible to make sure that this was in here. And I said when I opened up my comments with JJ1 that I know someone is going to point me to those pages behind this work. Then if that's all we're looking at, I don't know why we have the other. Again, there's not consistency. If there's a purpose for having work of this contract comprises and then an explanation, that should look consistent in all of our documents.
You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
And we will make sure it happens in the future.
Okay, thank you. And just give me one more moment. So my other comment then is on JJ4. So that's JJ2 and 3. Sorry, give me 1 second. And so on JJ4, I appreciate the additional information that staff provided. I had asked for a better explanation, although there was a breakdown of the $180,000 that was expanding this contract. What I didn't understand was in the description, there is actually a scope of work change here, right? In addition to the scope of work change, there's additional time. What was explained to me that isn't that additional time, that means now there's more site visits. That means there are more meetings. For those reasons, there have to be additional fees paid. I still, and again, I appreciate the additional breakdown, but the $75,000, which is in essence 1/3 of the ask, more than, extended construction administrative services. What's a construction administrative service outside of attending the meetings and doing the additional site visits, what they're also getting fees for?
Typically, it's any kind of review services that they have to do for shop drawings, submittals. It's making sure that the contractors are submitting the proper information.
Answering
So let me back up for a second.
RFIs.
Yeah.
So whether it takes me 6 months to do that, or it takes me 2 years to do it, the review is the review. You're gonna come back to me with the same number of things. I just happen to be doing it faster. So I may have more site visits, because now I'm doing it more time.
Right.
I may have more meetings, I'm doing that. But my actual service of administration shouldn't be impacted because it's taking me longer. If you're gonna come back and ask me questions about my plans, my questions don't change because it took me longer. My questions might change because my scope has changed, but I'm also paying you for the scope. So I want to understand why extended time causes a $75,000 increase in the service they're providing. It's not more meetings, those are itemized. What additional service are they providing because it took more time outside of those items?
Ms. Corn, I'll have to go back and meet with the staff that actually sat with the designers and get the specific information that you're requesting. 'Cause
Here's my point.
I do not have it, right.
My point is, most likely, and I'm guessing, but most likely, our contract automatically allows for some of these additional costs to be assessed just because of time. If that's the case, then twofold. One is, I think we need to obviously look at the actual contracts that we're using that's automatically allowing for this type of flexibility and additional costs. And secondly, is there anything that we can do around these costs? If this construction administration service does have validity in terms of an additional $75,000, again, the total ask is only $180. So this is a large chunk, and it's not the meetings, and it's not the site visits, and it's not the actual additional work. I'm concerned that either our contract just allows for it, or that And what are we really getting in terms of additional value?
In this one, this is one of the first three that we did. This was the CMAR AEPSA, so these are entirely different than everything else we've done since August of 2016. And so these are just the one-offs, and I'm not that familiar with these, so I
Okay.
have to just go back and look. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm not comfortable, Mr. Renzi, approving this. That doesn't mean that if our contract calls for it,
Yeah.
we have to, and we agreed to that. I'm not saying I'm not willing to pay for it, but I need to have a better feeling about, or understanding, before I'm willing to say that there's not a way to avoid these costs if we're not actually getting an additional service and it's not required in the contract.
Please won't make it longer.
So I don't know if we defer it.
So if we could, so we have a chance to follow up, and if the board would allow us to bring it as a special item next week, just so we don't lose time on anything, if that would work. I mean,
Let me ask this
is the next
question.
board meeting fine?
So can I ask this?
We could take it to the March 3rd.
Yeah, I was told that this is being done basically after the fact.
Yes.
So this deferment should not
Okay.
slow anything on this project down. Understand, I asked that question ahead of time.
Thank you.
So my question was not to interrupt progress, but I was told specifically this is kind of coming after the fact, so this deferral would not impact at
Not at
all
all.
progress on the project. Correct. Okay, so staff has corrected me. So with that, I guess I need to pass the gavel so I can, or one of my colleagues, but I'll pass the gavel so I can ask for a deferment.
Ms. Korn?
I'd like to defer item, I'd like to defer item JJ4 to the next regular school board meeting.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Rupert, to defer item JJ4 to the next school board meeting. Any audience input on the deferral? Colleague input? Seeing, seeing none?
I think we have to separate it. We have JJ2, 3, and 4 on the floor at the same time.
Okay. Ms. Korn?
Can you separate? I'd like to separate JJ4 from JJ2, 3, and 4, please.
Why don't you defer and separate in one motion?
Okay, great. So I'm deferring JJ4 and separating JJ4 from the other two items consecutively.
Thank you. Ms. Korn has separated and asked for a deferral of item JJ4. It has been seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on the separation and deferral. Seeing none. Colleague input. All those in favor of the separation and deferral of item JJ4 to the next regular school board meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item J4 has been deferred unanimously to the next regular school board meeting. I pass the gavel back to you for JJ2 and 3, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. So is there any additional comments on JJ2 and 3? Seeing none, all those in favor of JJ2 and 3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. JJ2 and 3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL3?
So moved. Second.
Well, let's do it. I'm going to do LL. So if I could, I'm going to withdraw that request and ask for a motion on LL1.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Brinkworth. I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth.
I all you guys.
Audience input on LL1. Seeing none, to my colleagues, I have, oh, it's mine.
You.
Sorry. So on LL1, which I'm extremely thrilled about, the line for transportation is going to be Sunrise, correct?
Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer, yes, it
Right.
will be Sunrise.
And so transportation then going forward to Hollywood Hills will be from Sunrise South?
Correct.
And so have we looked at what the impact to the students are based on currently attending, or are we going to continue to provide service to those who are north of Sunrise who are going to Hollywood Hills?
So we have 2 students right now that are north of Sunrise that are participating. We have reached out to them. What we traditionally do is we phase that out whenever we have drawn the line in between. So we would work with those families, ask if they're going to continue to use the transportation. If they're not, we would take that stop off. If they are, we would continue it till it's phased out.
Right. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not going to force any students to have to leave the Hollywood Hills program based on lack of transportation.
No.
Okay, perfect. And in terms of the number of students, so you said there's only 2 that are north of Sunrise now.
Correct.
So, and are we anticipating then that there are potentially only, I guess my thought is, are we anticipating losing any of our Hollywood Hills students to this program, or just building additional capacity with new students?
Just building additional capacity with new students.
Perfect. I couldn't be more excited, so I wanted to make sure that I spoke specifically to this, because in terms of the programs that we could expand at this district, I can't think of a better one. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your support, and Colonel Green is just awesome to work with. We're very lucky to have him.
Yes.
And so is Boyd Anderson. They just have been all in and so supportive of this, so.
And from a timing perspective, I know we're looking for this for the 2021 school year.
Yes, we are.
And we have $10,000 for marketing.
Yes.
Do we see that as being adequate to be able to ramp up for a 25-student starting class?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
What we'll start is, as soon as this is approved, we would start some communication within the community first, and then reaching out to an area around the school, and then further around. We start rings of communication around the school, trying to capture students within an already existing transportation zone for Boyd Anderson High School.
Okay. I just want to ensure we don't miss any students in that 25 based on the timing of our marketing. So that's why I was
Got it.
asking the question.
Thank
Okay. Thank you very much. All in favor of, I'm sorry, Ms. Marty?
I just wanted to say, this is so special to me because we started at Hollywood Hills. And one of the frustrating conversations that we had and looking at students that wanted to take advantage was the ones who lived in the north part of the county, and yet we couldn't provide transportation for them. So I feel that there is an audience out there of anticipation to be able to line up our kids and have a good enrollment the first year at BA. So I'm going to be there for that inauguration because I'm excited to see this happen. It's as I advertise it, it's a prep school in a public school setting. It's all AP classes, and the rigor that the students will enrich their education is priceless. So let's do it, girls.
Perfect. Thank you. Additional comments? Seeing none, all in favor of LL1, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. LL1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL2? And this is to vote down. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. All those in favor, voting it down would say no. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No, it fails unanimously. So we have a motion and a second, please, on LL3.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on LL3.
Ronald Barish, Molly B. Barish, this is the last one, thank
Could
God.
we get the clock? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to ask a question here. The South Area Portable Annex is 24,475 acres? No. Is that what that is? Because it says it here. 24,000?
No.
Oh, 24.75. I'm sorry. I apologize. 24.75 acres. $20 million? Yow. Can't believe that. Is it possible to get it better than that? That's a lot of, that's more money than, gee, oh, that's a lot of money to me. Minus closing costs. Oh yeah, big deal. But anyway, what I'm saying is that if they could get that down somewhat.
Mr. Barish, it's being purchased from us, so this will be income to the district.
Oh, it would be income.
Yes.
I missed, it doesn't say it here. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Other audience input? Seeing none, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. So I just want to thank staff for presenting the new item. Also met with Ms. Brown and staff and council just to go over the specifics. And I think I went back and looked at our board policy that relates to the MPC, the committee that reviews any sales of property. So I'm just going to be brief. I appreciate what staff did the work that was done. I understand the logic being used by the NPC. However, I have concerns because I feel that although logical of the MPC to go back to the original appraisals, I feel that the appraisals that were recently done, along with the review that was done, would afford the district a higher purchase price. Although I guess in retrospect, out of the large amount of money, it's maybe not significant, but for me, it still is a significant amount. And so I again understand what staff's presenting forward, but I think that what staff did with the review was prudent, and I would have wished the committee had considered that review when bringing forward a recommendation, but staff presented it to them. They made a recommendation, and they're bringing the recommendation before us. So I appreciate the hard work of everyone involved. So I still have a concern and will not be supporting the item. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other colleagues with questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of LL3, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. We have, 7 yes and 1 no. So actually 6. With that, I believe that was the last item for the day, correct? Did I miss any? No? Okay, perfect. So we have 6 of us. Ms. Levinson was on here. 6 that said yes and 1 that said no.
Oh, she was here.
Oh, she was here for the vote?
No, I'm asking.
No, she was not. No, she was not here for the vote. That's why I was counting the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you said no.
So there's
6.
yeses or no? No.
6 yeses.
Okay, I'm done.
So at this time, do any of my colleagues have reports they'd like to bring forward for the rest of, yes, Ms. Rupert?
Need a new mic now? No, sorry. I just want to thank staff. We had a very successful town hall meeting last week at Pat Larkin Center, and it was incredibly successful. We had over 200 people attend, and more importantly for me is you had intergenerational people there. We had vendors in the back, and people were getting real-time information after they spoke up or even beforehand with the vendors. And I definitely would do it again in another city. So very, very only blessed because of the staff and our partners that truly, really put the word out there. So thank you. And thank you to our communication department too.
Thank you. And there was something that I wanted to share. In having a conversation with Shay from the Broward Education Foundation, we were discussing the funds that they have, and obviously it's utilized across the district for our staff as well as our students. And I thought it was very interesting, and I would love this to be as a goal, but if every one of our employees donated only $1 per pay period to the Broward Education Foundation, they would have over $600,000. There are only a few thousand individuals in our district who actually do make a donation, and they carry all of the donations. So I would love to challenge ourselves as employees of the district. If you provided $1 per pay period to the Broward Education Foundation, we would raise over $600,000 for the foundation.
For a
So
grand total of?
that would be the 6, I'm sorry?
Like, this is my check, and you're telling me this, and it's $52 a year, or whatever it is. That's what I'm saying. $26.
Oh, it'd be $26
There
a
you
year,
go. I
right?
think that's
Because it's per pay period, it's every 2 weeks. So,
Perfect.
anyway, I just wanted to share that because I thought what a nominal impact it would have on each of us individually, and such a significant impact it would have on all of those students and teachers that we do support. So, yes, Ms. Murray?
Let me just add to that. If this actually happened, right now our Tools to Schools, which is our school supplies, that helps all our Title I schools. With the additional resources of $600,000, we would now be able to reach out to every elementary and middle school in the county. So they'd be able to more than double
and help our teachers and students in the classroom with a small donation. So it's something seriously to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have ended our business, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
And we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.